Rat some first. But today's plan is going to be to do the rat race until eventually I've got to go for D&D, but um, should get to be able to get in quite a few hours prior to. So we'll make the best of it. Okay. I am gonna briefly do an AFK here in like a minute or so. Was heating water for my tea, so I need to check on that, but yeah, in a bit. Okay. Yeah, last couple of days I've been busy, so I haven't had time to really do very much. That's interesting. For prestige. Emma and I was discussing that recently, actually, because Emma's a VIP already, right? Because it's Emma's like, what happens if I push the button? I was like, and then I explained how the prestige works and how you can kind of just keep getting stars. And was like, that's a cool idea. I was like, okay, yeah, I think it's a cool idea too, but I'm biased. Okay, my tea is ready, so I need to grab that. So 2 seconds while this loads. So okay, let's go. Can't remember if I set up traps. I gotta check the farm stuff, and then we gotta do a batch of this. I think we'll do farm stuff first. Okay. We got 51 more lemongrass. It's right now. Hello. Nothing much. Currently, I'm just gonna be running back to the farm over there and see how many rabbits there are. I don't need the radish seeds for that. There is one thing I want to check though in agriculture, and that is... what was it that I was looking for? Poor Higgins, he has no idea. That's okay. I got 30, good enough. There we go. Okay, we'll be heading back to the farm. We'll set that up first. Makes me wonder if there's a cow in the woods. Oh, there we go. All of the radish seeds that I have currently. Oh, we can come back in like 2-3 days. Unless it rains. If it rains, that's helpful. Or snows. There we go. Now we just need to make the food. Yes, they do. They're okay. They're not like so far the best method that I found is collecting thread, at least currently, from ripped rags and denim. So you collect all those sorts of things, right? Build up a fair amount of it, then use a loom to create burlap, and then once you have burlap, like use a few burlap pieces to make burlap sacks. Then you can then tear the burlap sacks, and then so rinse repeat. It costs you thread. It gives you XP. So, but it requires you to clean the bandages, like so the denim strips as well as and it does take a long time. So just so that you know going in, if you're gonna do it via the vanilla means of build 4. Now remember, this is build 42. It's not build 41. Build 41. The best way to level your tailoring is patches. Grabbing a pair of coveralls or long johns and just spamming patches. However, in build 42, they nerfed that. So now it's one of the best methods currently, at least as far as I've discovered, is burlap sacks. You need knives as well. It's gonna wear your knives out. Preferably grab grab steak knives. Steak knives are really good because they last a while, and they're not really good for anything else. Because you can use them as a weapon, but they're kind of like a mediocre knife. They're not really that great, but they're good at tearing things. So they're not like the long, large blades. But once you've got a little bit into metalworking, you will be able to produce knives, so it won't really matter either. So you'll be fine. No need to fret at that point. Not that you should be fretting anyways, because most of those things are infinite. Are so great a number that they might as well be infinite, so. But yeah, if we're talking build 41, definitely you want to be making because a lot of the items you can't melt into iron. Yeah, there's quite a lot. There's like the carving, like, and a lot of items that are broken that you normally would expect that you could get a little bit of metal off of. You can't get metal off of. Um, that's one of the things that I was doing in a previous playthrough and in this playthrough a little bit because I expected it was going to change. Was I was saving a lot of broken things, and I knew that they weren't going to be utilizable, but some of them are. Um, I also feel like that the advanced forge and the advanced like versus the simple and stuff, there still needs to be better flow work there. But that's a different topic altogether. Like, cause it doesn't flow. It kind of there's currently almost no reason to have the simple furnace or simple forge. You don't need them. You skip directly to advanced. I feel like there should be a reason to make them, but not something that's gated. Something that's kind of like that makes you want to have them around for a little while. Basically that their recipe is easier, and that because currently if you look at the recipes for them, if you look at the so let's do the forges. If you look at the primitive forge is good because it only costs rocks, and then yeah, sure, this costs some masonry skills, but like, I mean, that said, it's just rocks. Meanwhile, if you look at the simple forge, look how expensive this is in comparison to the advanced forge. The only difference is the bellows, which the bellows requires you to kill an animal and get their leather, right? That's it. That's the only difference between these two. I think that the simple forge needs to have its recipe kind of like curbed. It needs to be less. Maybe instead of the wooden bucket, have that carved bucket be the thing that you can, so that it's more accessible. Or cuz yeah, this it but I understand it's not ready yet. I understand that they're still working on it. It's unstable. I get that. So like, I mean, and I give like a lot of leeway on that because I know it's still being worked on. It's not This is the unfinished game. I'm playing the unfinished game right now. A lot of the recipes, a lot of the things, they're going to be broken, and I have to expect that. So I can give my criticism, but it's supposed to be constructive. It's not supposed to be, yeah, I believe in Indie Stone as well. They'll figure it out. They've got skills. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Indeed, ribbit. Okay, I need to. We shouldn't be gaining, but we should be stable. Um, yeah, currently I'm the biggest reason why I'm doing the tailoring is so that we can make our own hat. Clothes of my very own. the whole point of today and the last couple of streams when I've been playing Zomboid is, and it's on Rat Race. It's slow. Now I want folks to remember that in the standard game, in the regular game, you would have skill books you can go grab. So that would make this a little bit less painful. That said, though, even with the books and even with Fast Learner, you will find that this is kind of slow. Even on 1x XP. It won't take nearly as long though, thankfully. So, but it's meant to be slow, and the reason why it's meant to be slow and why I don't think that it needs an adjustment, at least I'd love for another method other than this though. Like, I mean, at least with the patches before, you had a chance to lose the patch. So like, I mean, you there was some risk in it a little bit, not fully, because you could just go get more patches, especially seeing as they've changed how you harvest clothes, so now it's kind of worse overall. Um, my point still stands that I understand why it's this way. It's because once you do level it to 10, once you do level your tailoring up, you don't lose it. That's a lot of the skills. When you level them up, it's not like you lose them. The only time you'll lose your skills is if you die and then decide to continue playing, right? That's the only time that you will lose your skills. That said, though, I mean, if you're playing a permadeath world, that's you expect that you're going to live essentially forever. Animal breeding, it's just time based. It has complicated stuff with genes. I don't think so. I don't. It doesn't matter. You can breed whatever kind of animals, like rabbit with rabbit. It doesn't matter if it's a swamp rabbit or an Appalachian mountain rabbit. It's fine. That said, though, like, I mean, I guess maybe you're talking about the outcome of said, which is interesting, but it doesn't matter. The rabbit's a rabbit. There are over 6,000 species of frogs, and they continue to find new ones all the time. Yep, they found new frogs. 3 new frogs recently. Brand new frogs. Emma was showing me. It was great. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I do very much appreciate it. Enjoy your frog emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. You appreciate my appreciation. Slowly making my dreams come true. Yeah, Emma was showing me that they found 3 new frogs. Brand new. And nobody never seen them before. And that's kind of just how it goes. Because, let's be fair, human beings, our perception is kind of bad overall. Like, we're not very good at a lot of things. It's why we can make all the cool stuff that we can. It's to help us be better at things. Because if you really boil it down, human beings kind of suck. We're not really that great. We make up for it by having tools and things that make us better. But like, I mean, you strip all that away and suddenly, well, I mean, you can't strip it away because that's part of our inherent talent. But yeah, yeah, I like frog facts. I was thinking about adding frog facts to the thing. Maybe I'll get Elm to add that as like a bot command or something. Okay, let's go. We gotta go. I own the hat. That's fair. Are you gonna take it on another adventure? Possibly would be Rhett's response as always. He might not though. He might just hog it. You're messing around with anything? Interesting. I shared something with Rhett recently because I didn't have time to stream, but I had time to basically AFK on Abiotic Factor, and oh, it was absurd the drop chance on that stupid suit that I was looking for the achievement. It is absurd. It says 7.5%, but I guarantee that's a lie. There's no way it's on 7.5%. I've gotten 0.02% drop rates that are better. I know it's RNG, but still. Oh, a teaser in my DMs. Ooh, this is secret ret knowledge being dropped on me. I've seen this before. It's very common in the League community for people using that. Yeah, I've seen that in the League community and in the fighting game community. They use that one a lot. It's cool. I'm keen. Like not the, I don't I don't mean the grumpy cat. I mean the taps. Specifically, a couple of the friends I was learning from for because I like competitive games. Can't change the desk color. I mean, you should be able to do it via chroma, yeah? Couldn't you? Or maybe you can't. Might change the cat color though. But alternatively, what you could do is chroma the cat, change the cat color in the thing to the opposite. So do an antiverse, you know what I mean? And then color the desk. You're just editing the PNG. Oh, you probably can edit the desk too somehow. There's probably some way. But I was just thinking if you can't, then that's another alternative is to edit it that way. Yeah, look, it's a red mouse. Stale. Fireworks, indeed. Nope. Hooray. Task manager for a second. There we go. Yeah, I'm keen. That looks cool, Rat. People will be people will be excited. I mean, you'll use it a bit, I think. You'll use it some. The point of that kind of stuff is that like you just said, it's there. You can use it. Tomato. Carrot. Cabbage. Cabbage. Have fun. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate. Yeah. It's good to appreciate the lurkers. Not call them out, but appreciate them. Because they are, like I said, like I like to say that they're the silent heroes. 'Cause stream does really have a good time when folks are around, even if they're quiet. I'm excited for the 22nd as well, because which is only 2 days away. It's crazy. Hopefully the production doesn't get slowed, but if it gets slowed by exactly 3 days, I will be not upset. Because in 3 days, I get to have a birthday. After 2 days, so 5 days. Because Abiotic releases their 1.0 update on the 22nd. Fun fact about rabbits is they don't actually need their mom to grow up. Maybe they grow up bigger. I don't know. But I know that in a previous and it may change in the future, but um in previous playthrough I nicked a baby rabbit and it grew up without its mom. It did later die of mysterious circumstances, so those mysterious circumstances could be linked to not having a mom, but hard to say. It's 20 XP, it's good enough. We'll do a little bit each day, and the goal is to get to at least Animal Care 3 or 4, but it's funny because those traits those skills are going to take forever to level up. Essentially, though, they're just time-based skills, so I just need to essentially stay at this house, fast forward time, pet the rabbits, fast forward time, pet the rabbits, fast forward time, pet the rabbits. The rabbits seem to have a 24-hour cooldown. I don't know exactly how that cooldown works. I think it involves me being around them. So, but there seems to be some kind of cooldown related to petting them. Because sometimes it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't give XP. Broccoli, cabbage, carrots. Cabbage, broccoli, carrots, habanero, fresh, tomato. I'm just trying to keep 100 of each seed. Any extra seeds can either be used as garnishes or seasonings or just trashed. I think you can use them as seasoning. Not the. Hey. Oh, by the way, Rhett. Uh, we should talk more about playing Terraria. Very soon. Put it on the 20-page list. It's not 20 pages long. It's only like 10 things. It's raced at least right now, right? Because it's vintage story. And then we've got Abiotic and Terraria. Ah, Grounded 2. Oh, that's true. I've never really done very much in Shrouded. Shrouded. Although I did Grounded 2. I didn't play Grounded 1 though. Is that important? Small lands? Okay. Probably not important. You're right. Okay, I'm gonna do a brief BRB because I want to refill my tea because I managed to drink it all. So, be right back. Easy peasy. Okay. Sweet. Almost there. Ooh. Okay. Go over here and just relax for a second. Good enough. I'll go cook food, scale our weight, balance out a little bit. So put all that stuff in there. That those little bits will be used to produce the just to hook this stuff up, but and we'll boil some water as well while we're at it. It should be like instantly. Nope. Oh.
You're amazing!
Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it. Oops. Quickly put these and there. And here. Right one. I'm gonna do this for an in-game hour. So here we go. Am I living outdoors? Technically, no. I have a few outposts, and I'm sleeping in Smokies, but I mean, kind of. I'm outdoors sometimes. My crafting area is outside for pretty much all of the outposts I have. Although I don't have an actual outpost yet. At least none of the ones that we're supposed to claim. Not yet. Eventually I will. But for right now, just kind of relaxing, living in Smokies. Before we were living in Dixie. Before that, we were living in the McCoy Estates and the Crossroads. Before that, the cabin. You know, we've been a few places that we can call our own. But that said, nothing that is. There's still a lot of work to be done. Because, like, if I were to show you on the map right now, it's too dark to read at the moment. 1 second. For pain to go down. Oh, no, no, it is my camp technically. It's a place that I go to craft things, so it makes sense that but but the way I see it, I own the whole world in this world, right? The whole thing is mine. There's nobody else in this world with me. I own it all. So, you know, as that result, I can go anywhere. I can leave stuff anywhere. I can have a crafting area wherever I want. I can start up a crafting area here. I can start up a crafting area there, as I go. There's no need to like hamper myself to one location, which is why I have the cabin, Crossroads, the house in Dixie, McCoy Estates, and then, Smokies, right? I have all these different areas that I can call my own. That said, though, as you can see by my little, there's a lot to do here. Oh yeah, it's not your bad. You're right. There's a lot of zombies to kill, but in saying that, there's also, like, I can take my time. There's no need for me to rush. It's not like the zombies are gonna go anywhere. You like the Sims soundtrack? I have varying songs on my playlist. Mostly the my playlist is built to make me happy. That's all. So, but yeah, Sims. There's a lot of stuff on there. There's some nostalgic tracks. Stardew works especially well for Zomboid. Because, I mean, sometimes Zomboid does feel very farmy. And a few other tracks that are a little bit more hype, so, like, or that make me think of Emma. Oh, yeah, definitely. But then, like I said, there's some that are nostalgic as well. Like the Zelda tracks and all that. They're all good music. I'll let you live. Just getting my breakfast sorted. It seems to produce a lot of food. It's relative to the amount that you put in. So if you put in, like I'm doing here with 10 traps, you have a chance for 10 potential food, right? But you got to have the bait for it. So I foraged up the bait that I needed, um, so that we can, you know, cycle it. Yeah, it'll put in a lot more than you give it, kind of, because the way that trapping works is it takes a small portion of crops, which are low calorie food, and exchanges them for medium to high calorie food, depending on if you catch a rabbit or not. The reason, this is something that I kind of agree that raccoons shouldn't have high calories, that they should be like mid calories or low calories. Um, that said, though, I feel like a lot of the other animals should be higher calorically, just to balance out the time investment of doing things like hunting. Like, if you're gonna hunt a deer and you're gonna successfully get a deer, it should at least be able to be relative to a rabbit, right? Because right now, currently in the game state, it's not. And I don't feel like rabbits should get nerfed. I feel like that they're in an okay state because you have to catch them, and they're not necessarily the easiest to catch. Not all the time, anyways. I mean, sure, you can lure them, but, like, I mean, I think still feel like they're not that easy to catch comparatively to, say, the farm animals. That said, though, even the farm animals should be worth more. Currently, they're worth less than a baby bunny, which is kind of sad. It makes like having pigs. Now, once again, I'm not talking specifically their produce. Like, for example, if you have a cow, it will produce milk, which will produce butter, which will be worth way more than the than a rabbit could ever be. But that's not exactly what I mean, right? Yeah. See, I agree with that. Is you shouldn't be able to just eat an entire pig and not gain a little bit of weight. It's because of the double system that's kind of how it works, and it needs a balance in that way. And got less than 500 calories. I think it's better now than it was, but it still needs to be like more, I think. Because right now, the poor cuts of a rabbit are worth like 1,000 calories, and the prime cuts are worth like 1,500. You compare that to the prime cuts of a cow, and you're looking at like I think it's 1,000, maybe 900 for the prime cuts on a cow. Last I looked. Um, but that's just it. Like I said, those that just needs a little bit more tweaking. Same for fish, right? Fish right now are in the worst position they've ever been in. If you like fish, I'm sorry for you, because that's. I was doing fishing before, and I was trying to do fishing before, and it's not worth it. It's not worth the time investment. Not anymore. At least currently. But they did mention in the forums that they're gonna fix it in some way. I just hope that they. So the thing is I hope that they fix it via the calories, not the hunger, because the hunger doesn't matter. The hunger system is completely irrelevant to the actual system. The double system, this right here, this Moodle, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The only time it becomes relevant is if you're tier 4 hungry, and for some reason that kills you. And I don't know really why. If you think about it, it doesn't make logical sense. You already can die from starvation, so this hunger Moodle ends up being kind of just the counter to, or like the alternative to the thirst Moodle, right? But then why does it exist if the calories can already kill you? right? So it's like two systems. It's because it's a survival game, and then they added the survival system on top, sort of, right? And this is inherent of The Sims. The Sims has a hunger, right? But The Sims doesn't have calories. There's no or well, I mean it didn't when I played, but maybe it does now. At least it doesn't have a calorie system like Zomboid. But then again, I could be wrong. I haven't played The Sims in many, many years, so it's on my list of to-dos to play a sim playthrough, like do some Sims. Yeah, if you don't eat for a week. But I mean, obviously you're going to want to eat something because you're going to be burning the fats that are within your body, and you're going to be losing weight much quicker, right? That said, though, it's a survival element, and I get that. And it's gamified, and I like that. I don't feel like a game needs to be realistic. It doesn't need to be realistic to be good. But some things need to make sense. And if folks are curious why I don't have power, it's because I actually don't have a generator mag, and I'm not level 3 electrical. I'm level 2 or 1 and a bit electrical. It's not through not trying. I suppose I could go to Dixie and take apart all the TVs. But we'll do that later. I'm just gonna quickly eat this whole roast. But yeah, today's not a day of going to do electrical to get power, because power would be not particularly interesting. Is that bar? It's part of the loot settings. So, also, it doesn't really matter. You don't need power to survive in the game. Like, it's a luxury. A lot of people get very hung up on things that are actually not, like, important. Water barrel? Luxury. Backpack? Luxury. Car? Luxury. Like, these are all things that you don't need. I mean, people get a little bit too hung up on that stuff. Watching the TV shows in the beginning, once again, that's a luxury. You don't need that stuff in order to get those skills up. It's nice to have, and it's nice to use it while it's available. Oh, hello. Okay, bye. But yeah, the loot settings are on abysmally low. So chances of me finding a generator mag, it's not impossible. It's just not, I haven't done it. And you can get your generator knowledge through level 3 electrical. And I've just been lazy on trying to level it. I've been collecting watches, though. I have a lot of watches saved up. I probably could maybe get to the generator if I really wanted to. And then I have a generator that I can haul all the way over to the crossroads where there's a gas station that I could use to get fuel. And then it's just, there's a couple of things that are kind of keeping me from doing it. One of them is the fact that it's pinpoint hearing zombies. And there is a sound bug that exists. I don't know if it applies to generators, but I know that it applies to every other sound source in the game, where it will make an extra loud noise and cause the zombies to be drawn in. And as you've seen, my mole draw's not really all that clear yet. It's still, like, a large portion of mole draw is still where it is. So if I was going to place down a generator, I would want to put it like max distance from my house and all this other stuff. It just makes it less than appealing. So I'm just kind of avoiding it for right now. The same reason why I don't have a car is because cars are really noisy and I have Speed Demon. So, and they're even worse on these settings because if I remember right, they're like, I don't know, what is it, ×3 or some nonsense? I can't remember. I just remember the vehicle engine loudness is set to be absolutely ludicrous. But that's the nature of a challenge mode, right? It's supposed to be hard. That's why whenever I talk about stuff, I don't actually mean for this mode. So a lot of the time when I'm talking, I will be discussing things about the base mode or Apocalypse default. Talking about this mode is like it's silly to think about that because it's like we've scaled it all to be super mega hard. So I don't want us to get that confused. Because I have a very strong understanding of the game on default, as well as this mode right here. But I feel like the game should be balanced around Apocalypse, not balanced around these. Because these are niche. These are like once you've been playing for a long time, you want to play stuff like this just because it adds to the sort of the fun. It's a little bit more difficult and gives you a little bit more freshness because everything that you do is earned really hard, right? You think of yourself as a baby? I mean, you could jump into one of these modes and you would allocate. It wouldn't be like it's not the hardest thing in the world to get yourself to. It's like if you jump in the deep end of the pool. So long as you're not frantically flailing around, generally you'll be okay. You'll float up to the top. You know, it'll be fine. That said, though, if you just need to give time. Plus, if you really are feeling like that you're struggling really hard on a mode like this, you could always ask questions, and that would be the equivalent of talking to like a lifeguard or somebody who's good at swimming, you know? You're playing the Apocalypse Sims. Yeah, it's kind of how it goes. I'm playing with no respawn as well, but we're playing with time 16, which is the makes it a little bit more difficult to get your footing. Because a lot of the time when you think an area is clear, you're right, the area is clear, but then the zombies can show up again in mass and kick you out of your area if you're not careful. Especially if you do things like start up a generator to start driving a car, stuff like that. And that's on standard time 16. That's not including the pinpoint hearing. Pinpoint hearing, the zombies will come far and wide to see you. There's only one helicopter in this particular mode, which has been kind of not a sore spot, but it's been an interesting back and forth between some of the different rat racers. Some folks like the meta events in the helicopter, some folks don't. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, though, like, I mean, we're playing the way that it was designed initially, carrying forward the spirit of the original challenge. Which, the goal of this challenge, in case you're curious, is there. It's a challenge mode where you can there's a leaderboard, there's mods, there's traits. The traits would be my character, and then the settings. But essentially, the goal is kill 1,000,000 zombies, make a perfect character, and a perfect character means all the skills have to be maxed. So, perfect character, and then finally 13 points of interest that are dotted around the map. So that 12 of them are churches, one of them is a military compound in the woods. The military compound is probably the hardest out of all of them, even including the churches that are in Louisville, mostly because the military compound is it's a deep dive down into like a really like lots of basements, and you have to clear the whole thing out. This is meant to be like a multi-month reality challenge, like so it just takes a long time, and I don't think that anybody will really complete it. I think that folks will complete the million zombies, maybe the perfect character. If you do those two things, maybe you'll do the 13 points of interest, but it depends. I can tell you right now that I in my Z-Bay challenge, I did renovations on many houses because I had chat redeems where people could renovate houses with the goal of renovating every Gigamart on the map. I ended up only renovating one Gigamart, and then I did renovate quite a lot of houses for people, but it's hard and it takes a long time to renovate one building, let alone renovating like tons. Of course, you don't have to fully renovate, but in this, you've got to to claim an outpost, you have to bring a bed, like it has to be a good bed. You need to board up the windows and
You're
make the
amazing.
doors not broken, so it has to be good. Um, you have to bring 5,000 calories worth of food, and then there's a few other things. Thank you, by the way, for the follow. Do appreciate. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. Um, but it's really cool. I like it. It's one of the hardest, probably, but not the hardest. There are some aspects of the challenge that are more tedious than hard, and when you get to the stage where some of the best players are at, they it becomes possible. It's not impossible to do this challenge. It's just it's gonna take a long time. Like, for example, the two people that were in the lead for the longest were Shivas BR and Twist on Fire, and they're starting to need a little bit of a break from the rat race. Shivas still plays every once in a while, but if I recall correctly, Twist is starting a couple new runs. He may jump back into the rat race, but they both made it to about 500k, which is about halfway in over the course of several months. So, you know, and that's just on the kill goal, let alone being a perfect character or having the points of interest. Perfect character is hard. This is that's the thing. Maxing your skills in Project Zomboid, the it seems like it would be easy, and in Build 41 it was definitely doable, albeit it would take you multi-month, like quite a few months. Assuming you have the books, some skills in Build 41 were simply time sinks. Like mechanics took roughly 20 real life hours. That's with the books and having the space and the cars to work on. So that's 20 real life hours for mechanics. For things like electrical, it would take you roughly between. It took me about 2 years in game to get electrical up with the watches. More or less, maybe a little less than 2 years. But that's was going up and down my corpse highways and picking up every watch and doing it the old way. Current way, they've changed it, so now doing the watches is actually quite painful because it takes extra in-game time now. And same for tailoring. Tailoring used to be a lot easier as well. You just throw patches on stuff until you eventually grow. Like so you'd build up a bunch of thread, you build up a bunch of rags, and then you just patch stuff. Can't do that now, which is fine. Like I mean, I don't mind if there are alternative methods. But currently, the alternative method is making burlap sacks and then ripping them apart and then making more burlap sacks. Ends up being quite similar to the patch method, except it's worth slightly more XP, which is good. It's good to have at least one route that you can take. It just still is kind of slow. But that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm trying to level my tailoring to level 4 so that I can make my own clothes. More so for fun than anything. eat some of this because it's gonna go bad. So. There we go. This stuff here. It's agriculture. I mean, it would be, but not really, because you can kind of just level it with mass. So it ends up being quantitative. Specifically, what you want to do is you want to use radishes from March through September. They have a 30-day cycle of growth. From there, you would just make sure that you're also putting stuff into compost so that you have compost and you can put a little bit of that on there to speed it up a little bit. And then, yeah, that's about it. You can put lemongrass beside the radishes if you want to have them stay a little bit better, like in terms of quality, because they'll get sick, especially on settings like these. But because radishes are sort of the fastest, they're the best choice. That said, though, yeah, the seasonal stuff's annoying for a lot of things, and if you look at agriculture for a lot of the other crops, it's just not worth it. Like, for example, cabbages and all of those, they take like months to grow, and then they spoil in days, assuming that you don't put them into freezers or fridges. But it's still like, I mean, so that it incentivizes to put them in freezers and fridges. But all in all, why would you even bother when you can forage up a cabbage in the same, and it just be like fresh every time, right? So it just ends up that's why I think greenhouses will help. Greenhouses are within the code somewhere, and eventually, once we receive those, growing will become a lot easier. You'll be able to have a greenhouse. It'll give a purpose to glass making. It'll it adds up, aside from making windows, obviously. But yeah, the new system, it's worse than the old system, but the old system was not good either, kind of. It was just throw your crops in the ground, ignore them. Like, you could just ignore them. I don't remember really needing to do any cycling or anything like that before. Now it requires a little bit more hands-on, but not as much. Like, if you're utilizing, like, for the first year or so, all you have to do is level with radishes. And then sunflowers are probably some of the best crop you can get, because sunflowers let you convert them into oil. You can also do flax and for thread and stuff, but or yeah. Yeah, no, now you can't do that because the winter months will kill them, and there's actually out of season months that'll kill them too. So that's why I said having greenhouses would be so much better, because then you could kind of, it's not that you'd be able to grow all year long, but like, I mean, kind of that would be part of it. But that's kind of needed. But it's earned and it's stable, or it's stationary, I mean. The gold isn't worth it, by the way, if you're choosing to use it to level. The only reason why I'm picking it up is because I want to. Yeah, there's a lot of those old cheese strats, kind of, but sometimes they were the only ones that were available. Like leveling first aid. You could choose to throw yourself into the zombies. You could, at your own risk. You could choose to throw yourself into the trees. Or you could choose yourself to throw yourself over a fence But the most efficient leveling method for first aid was standing on broken glass. As cheesy as it is, sometimes it's the only option. I think that studying the zombies through like Bravens wouldn't be a bad idea as a base. You could study the corpses to level your first aid. That wouldn't be a bad way to do it. It's still the best method to level first aid. And if they took that method away, there wouldn't be any really good way to level first aid. At least currently. So they would have to give something that levels it. They could make first aid impactful by well, it's already kind of impactful if you break your leg, but I mean, that's kind of like self-inflicted a little bit still too, right? So it's like, I don't know. That's the time when you level first aid, is when you have a broken limb. And doesn't even really affect that very much. Very slightly, but it's more noticeable on the broken limb because if you're level 10 first aid, it's an 11 times heal on your broken limb. Like it heals 11 times faster. Otherwise it takes like a month to heal. But it heals in like a few days if you have level 10 first aid. Combo that with the poultice and you're looking at like just a not even very. Yeah, I could see first aid being good for like they don't want to apply a cure in the game, which is good. I don't think that the game needs a cure. But if first aid had things like combat stims or, those kinds of things, like if you could, with high enough first aid skill, you could make sleeping pills. You could make painkillers. Stuff like that. Think about like that. That wouldn't be too bad, right? It wouldn't really be that overpowered to be able to craft those objects. Be able to make antidepressants. Obviously, you'd need fair amount of skill for those, but I mean, it would incentivize doing that. And then what you do is you make it so that the corpses are how you level first aid. No more of this self mutilation. You know, it's you make it so that you can study the corpses, and then eventually you can maybe study like you have to find a bottle of antidepressants or painkillers and stuff so you can study the properties or whatever, and then maybe apply like some sort of chemical making or something. Maybe change it from first aid to chemistry. Having a team medic is good in multiplayer, kinda, but not 100%. It's like I liked having a medic with when like because if anybody got hurt, but and being the medic is fun, but it's one of those things that's also medic like you got to be careful initially, right? I haven't seen a whole katana in this playthrough yet, I don't think, but I don't really remember. I definitely seen a whole katana in the previous one though. Oh yeah, definitely. Metalworking super duper easy. Especially when there was all the infinite metal bugs that existed. Like you could easily like duplicate metal and all that stuff. Minus that though, like assuming that let's say you didn't do any of that, it was still fairly easy. There's a lot of recipes that you can kind of trade metal for XP. A good example would be the making spoons or like even just making combat weapons so long as you're using them, you know, like you said, long blades. But yeah, there was lots of bugs with that stuff, especially when they added in the new crucibles. that have the liquid metal. I really hope they do something with the broken uh, uh, ceramics. They don't like them just sitting there. All right, let's go. Yeah, Longblade is also really good to level up. Longblade, it's good to level up all the weapon skills, kind of, because it gives you a decent weapon palette to work with. And it feels nice to be able to kind of just grab whatever you feel like at the moment and just kind of enjoy. My favorite weapons are the short blades, but I can appreciate all of the other weapon classes for their different strengths. They all have strengths. Everything's got a good reason to use it. I think we'll go to bed first. Let me sort this out. There. With barely any stamina. Like, they used to lose stamina now in build 42, but it's definitely less than all the other weapons. So that's one of the benefits of it. It's the least stamina consumption. The axes aren't bad. Neither are the uh any of the weapons really. They're all pretty good in their own rights for their own reasons. Uh, Here's some of the sadness. Those will probably be rotten by the morning, but that's okay. We'll go sleep. But yeah, stamina wise, I like short blades, and then you get an appreciation for all the weapons though, because sometimes some weapons come in really in like when you're in dire straits. Like the ability to craft your own baseball bats or short bats, and when you're like really low, you have no weapons available, don't have the means to get over to the road to get some chipstone, or back to your base. Maybe you got cut off for some reason. Yeah, the stamina values are definitely worse in build 42 than they were in build 41. Especially because of the strain. As you build up strain, it can get kind of annoying. That said though, once you have level 10 strength, it's strain becomes almost not a non-issue, it's more stamina. Even once you have like level 6 strength, you're doing okay. There's still some waiting that needs to be done though. Just throw all that on the ground for now. Yeah, carving is pretty good, but carving is one of those skills that it's somewhat fast to level because you can kind of get a lot of it takes a few days, like or weeks to get it all the way up, but once like your character just is able to kind of grind wood down or bone down, and so it ends up being one of the easier skills to level. Like carving, foraging, they're both really easy to level. Once you get masonry to 1, it's easy to level, but because there's sort of a bit of a gate to stop you in the beginning if you didn't take masonry at all, which you really should take the bonus point in masonry. Not only does it kind of get you past that initial, but it lets you find more stones. So with foraging, which is useful. Mhm. That's it for the most part in this battle. Yeah. There we go. The reason why I grabbed the regular jeans and not the baggy ones is because the baggy ones um, you can't cut them into shorts. There's also another kind of jeans that's identical to the regular jeans that's called what is it called? I think it's jeans underscore trousers or something that also doesn't get it, but it's the same as these ones. Not this. I think this is fine. I wonder if there's it's like this one. Base dot trousers underscore jeans or something like that. I wonder if there's gonna be a pair of them here. Now these ones are fine, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, time to go. We'll eat part of this tomorrow. It should still be gaining weight. I assume the zomboids have the ability to unlock doors. Not unlock them, but open them, yes. My zombies have cognition. So they can open doors and windows. But that's why you see me locking it every time. But also it's just a habit, even if they don't have cognition, I always do that. Or I try. I try to always do that. It's basically muscle memory at this point. It's been a couple of in-game days and I plan to go and put that out. These are all clothes that I'm going to fix. Hello. Yeah, I had to remove Daily Skill Journal. It was lagging me. like that mod though. I think it's cool. Shows you a bunch of stats and stuff. It's neat. It's just it was causing me problems. It's because it was saving things to the player file, which instead of doing like a separation, which isn't good. But that it was bloating the player file and then it would cause problems. I don't think there's any difference in Higgins 2.0 versus this particular Higgins. The at least as far as I remember. If there's any differences, we can always compare. It's the pile of crate key. Commit though, and add the word no inside there, so that we don't confuse it for any of the other ones. Okay. Time to go do laundry. Which reminds me, I actually need to do some laundry in reality. Joy. It's a never-ending battle. Human v clothes. Yep. I wouldn't think that they are that bad all the time, because sometimes it's pretty good. But most of the time. I usually do them right away. Deal with them. Sometimes it does get away from you though. And now we see the biggest weakness of having a farm. Because you can only water so many tiles in a day. Like it's the and yes, you can kind of stagger it. There are ways to kind of make it easier in that rate, but it's just Now we can grab all of these. I wonder why there is no all button. Just wash all. Like I don't need to click like 5, 6 different things. I just let me wash everything on my person. All of it. I'm at a nice lake. I will wash all my things. Half of these. What I'm gonna do is 50 thread, go. Once you're done making the 50 thread. Actually, we should eat this now. $35 more thread, go. So then I'm going to use these threads to repair these clothes, then chop these clothes up, and then we'll have a bunch of extra thread after that to use for making burlap sacks. The burlap sacks will then produce more. And this is the tailoring loop currently. The reason why you keep around these particular items is because they can give you a little bit more thread than they use up. So if I were to look at these, we want to do the socks first. And now see, we've got a bunch of mini skirts here. They're brand new mini skirts because it goes in the ground, this in the ground. Socks can go in the bin. Portion of the thread. And now start inspecting. This one home. He's on the floor. The only reason I have a big garden at the moment is because I'm trying to level some agriculture, get a little bit of XP in it. I figure I can do it for another, what is it? Yeah, this is the last month actually that we can do it. At least until next year, March. Technically, the lemongrass will continue to grow until the end of October, and then eventually it will die out. We'll be able to pull quite a few rounds of lemongrass out of that. And the big reason why lemongrass is good is because it's non-perishable, as well as it's each one is -1, right? So 30 lemongrass is -30 hunger. It can at least sate you for a little while if it's like good emergency food. Same for like things like violets and all of that. They're all good emergency foods because they don't spoil. Right now, though, we're still gaining. So, quick, just a quick mushroom forage. Oh wait, I don't need to. We still have. No, I do. From a farmer perspective, cows and sheep, without question, they are the best. The reason being is that they produce butter. Sheep are good also because they produce wool, which you can use for tailoring and knitting. It's good for that, but cows still are the best in terms of total if you want animals that are reliable. Chickens are not bad. Turkeys are not bad. Rabbits are amazing. I would put rabbits on the peg below cows and sheep because and pigs are okay. They're not. I would if you were to rank them currently based on their usefulness, pigs are still okay because I think they can produce medium leather. Meanwhile, cows and deer, those produce large. Or wait, I think deer it's medium leather too. Cows are large leather. Um, Maybe it's bucks that are large leather. I'm not sure. I don't hunt enough to know about deers, but from a standpoint of the best animals, cows and sheep win right now because of their butter means. Like they produce butters and you become a butter baron and you're eating butter bars to gain your weight because that's how that works. Currently. Um, I'd say pigs aren't bad. They do produce quite a lot of litter, like for their litter. They get you can very quickly have pigpocalypse, which is when you have so many pigs that it actually starts to lag you. Same as all animals. All animals have that effect actually currently. If you have more than like 100 animals, it starts to really get cumbersome and can cause problems. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to keep my animals under like right now they're at like 40. I don't mind them getting up to like 60, but it gets to the point where they start causing problems. So you're gonna want to keep the population down a bit. But yeah, chickens are fairly good too, but they can also explode. Like you could have like one or two chickens, and then suddenly you can have like 50 chickens. So you got to really kind of be careful with them. But they're not bad. All animals are good. They're all resource producing things, right? Same for raccoons. Raccoons they produce raccoon leather, which you can make into small leathers. Also, you can make the raccoon skin cap, which is the whole point of why I'm doing what I'm doing, is that I'm trying to make a raccoon skin cap. Because why not? Um, but yeah, I feel like that if you're going to choose an animal, like if you have to choose one, choose a cow. It's just it is the best. Um, and then if you want to choose one that's easier to access, like let's say you don't know where any of the cows are, um, rabbits are the easiest to access because you can just trap for them, and you can trap pretty much anywhere, almost anywhere where there's forest tiles or it'll be easy to find rabbits, even if you have the settings as low as I've got them. Those rat race, right? You could run the rat race. You could run no loot and still find them, probably. They're the most reliable, is what I'm saying. So rabbits and then cows and sheep if you can get them. And then I guess that means that pigs are the worst, which is kind of surprising. They're like the lowest on the totem pole, but they're not bad, not by any means. Especially given the fact that that they produce a lot. They do make quite a lot of pigs. I guess point being that all animals are good. But yeah, due to the nature of how the double cal or double the double system works, it's just needing the butter is not. It's not. You don't need butter. You could do a playthrough where you're a vegetarian, and you don't eat anything that's like no animal byproducts either. So it's like no milk, no butter. You just eat veg. It's just you'd be standing still a lot of the time. Is breed rabbit meat viable? Yeah. You trap for a few of them, keep a few of them in the pen like I have, and then you'll build up more over time. Because they're right now they're going to be breeding. It's their breeding time, or I think it is. Because the last time I was over there, there was 39 rabbits over there. I added one to the crew, so it'd be 40 rabbits right now if I were to. We can go have a look. I'm pretty sure they're. Oh, so see right here. This is the other trousers I was talking about. Remember how the other ones I had said jeans underscore trousers? These ones are jean trousers mesh underscore denim light. They're different. Although they don't say they're different. They both are called jeans, but one is it's slightly different for some reason in the code. I don't know why. I just that I did know there was another one. But yeah, so trousers underscore light or whatever. It's different in the code. So you can't cut those ones into shorts. But cutting the other ones into shorts makes fresh clothes that you can then rip up, and they count for more than the than because they're clean. They're clean and fresh. It's like they're brand new, which is good. This electrical scrap. Assembly. And then these stone blades can be used to make other stone blades. Like this. Once you get this recipe, napping becomes so much easier. Because you use the stone knives, the longer stone knives. Then you can smash them into smaller stone knives. It's a great recipe. Of course, I don't need to use the small stone knives, but I can. If I wanna. Here, we'll actually go have a look at the rabbits really quick, because it's basically close to the end of the day, and I want to see how they're doing. But the biggest reason why rabbit meat is still viable is because the caloric values of rabbits is it's been more or less left alone, which I appreciate, because there's not very many calorie choices right now that are of major quality comparative to the amount of calories you burn in a day. Like, you got your choices between butter, vegetable oil if you do sunflowers. If you eat a lot of the other stuff, you need to stand still, like completely still, in order to offset some of the caloric loss. You can work out, but so here is the rabbit zone. And we currently have 46 rabbits. Remember, I just added one, so that means 6 baby bunnies were born between in the last, like, 6 in-game days. But yeah, once you have them, they're it's just getting that initial couple. Once you have your initial couple of bunnies, then you're gonna have a lot of bunnies. You just have to wait. And then they don't eat much. Like, I put a couple hundred grass in here, and there's 2 troughs of water, and they're never gonna burn through it. Also, by petting the bunnies and petting any animal, it lowers stress and makes your character happy. As it should. Is useful. Combat depression by petting animals. You are a big bunny. I want to get 2 more XP really quick. If I can. There we go. Just every once in a while we're here, we can get a little bit. But yeah, that's enough bunnies to viably keep me in the positive for a long time. Especially if I'm like savoring it in a way. So if I were to only eat a couple of bunnies and then work out and keep the weight, essentially. Because the way that you can do it is specifically with bunnies, anyways. Bunnies are the weight gain. Foraging is the weight loss. So if I want to lose weight, I would eat mushrooms or in wintertime berries or fruits because fruits are very common in the winter for some reason. You can get a lot of lemons, limes, cherries, those kinds of things in the winter. Um, you can also get a lot of specifically winter berries and beauty berries are the ones that you would want for weight loss. Weight gain, like I said, the rabbits, butter. If you're playing with standard apocalypse, though, there's enough non-perishable food to feed your character indefinitely, for the most part. Like you could, in theory, eventually, after like 100 years, maybe run out of food, but it would take so long that it'd be unlikely. Especially given the way that people play, because a lot of people will focus on the getting the water barrels, getting freezers active. So they start their farming, stuff like that, and they start producing the non-perishable food. So like the perishable food often just sits there. It's the other way around. They make perishable food, and then the non-perishable food just ends up sitting there, taking up space. And this should be more than enough thread to get us to the next level, I think. Because we've got like 100 denim here, and then 50 more here, and I think there's some more denim, yeah. So I think it'll be close. What is our tailoring at right now? 150? Yeah, it'll be close, but we should probably hit level 4 off this next batch. So that'll be good. Couple of in-game days of grinding it, but I think that then we can make the hat. It took me roughly 3 total streams to grind tailoring to 4. I don't think he'll let me go to bed. Okay, so I'm gonna just pause for a moment and I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna make myself some more tea and be right back. Okay. So it should be 82. 82 is quite a lot. The Spiffo rat race is still great. I mean, I like it. I think it's fun. There's aspects of it that are kind of less fun. There's some tedious parts of it, but I mean that's with everything, right? Something's missing. Yeah, it's my hat. Rhett took it away. He ran off with it. Thank you for finding it. It's not very nice. I mean, it's fine. We share the hat. What am I doing? I am making thread. I know it doesn't look like I'm doing very much at the moment, but we're making thread to level up our tailoring. I don't get XP for making thread. But once thread is made, yeah, I'm making sacks. And then I rip them. Because this is currently the best way to make XP gains and tailoring, at least as far as I'm aware. The patches has been nerfed. It's now 0.28 XP per patch, so it's not as good. Because, for example, I could turn those one thread into 0.7 XP, and this is with Slow Learner and Rat Race XP. So I can choose between doing a piece of fabric and a thread, or just a thread for 0.7 versus a piece of fabric and a thread for 0.28. So there is a chance you get your fabric back, but I'm not taking chances. This is a 100% guarantee for 0.7. So you end up making which is, you know, it's slightly more than double the XP for a fraction of the cost, which is good. That there should be a way to level it. Because even doing it this way is very painful in terms of time consumption. If you're looking at how much my character is having to deal with things, like I'm making 13 sacks, and then I've broken 3 needles already. Not just counting the bone needle. I broke a metal needle just a little while ago. Because they've added condition to the needles now. Of course, it doesn't say anywhere on the bone needle where the condition is. It just breaks over time. But thankfully, bone needles are recreatable. You can make as many as you want. I don't see those emotes. They just text for me. There's 7 TV emotes. Yeah, I know. Either they're 7 TV or they're that other one. BTTV emotes. And I don't think I have either of those. I need food. Gotta be careful not to forage too close to the camp. That'll be techish. More. Hmm. How long will it take me? Well, we're getting there. We should have that hat very soon. It's like 20 or so XP per day. So this one ends up being like, we're gonna have to trade later on when we decide to do more tailoring than level 4. We're gonna be trading like a lot for... I'm gonna want the books. Use tongs. Break down tongs. What would they count as? More wood charcoal. And smelt the tongs into metal. Not a huge surprise though.
should burn these ones because that's what I've selected. Yes, it did. Gave me 2 chunks. We're gonna need a lot more wood, which is not something I didn't know. So that's the standard for blacksmithing. How much wood do you need? All of it. Mountains. Half this forest. Gotta go. We will need to chop down quite a lot of it, though. Hello. How do I maintain my character weight? Rabbits. Hopefully the devs will bring fishing back to, not like back to the way it was, but like, you know, slightly better than nothing. 'Cause it's, unless you're fairly high level fishing, which I mean, I'm not low. I'm nearly level 7. I need to be level 7 to 8 in order to game fishing to be slightly better. Yeah, I'm hopeful. Fingers crossed. It's not necessary. I don't care as much for the rat race specifically. I just want fishing to be good for, you know, because what's the point in fishing right now? There's just no point. Because fishing's original use was to gain calories and help your character maintain weight. Now you can't. It's not worth the time to put into it. Not unless you put an absurd amount of time to get it really high level, which you need caloric foods in order to do that. Or at least something to help you maintain calories while you get the XP for fishing. Which is kind of weird. But yeah, rabbits are still in a good place, and I hope they stay there, because if rabbits were to get nerfed, literally only butter is... It's butter and vegetable oil are the 2 options, and you can only get vegetable oil during sunflowers growing season. And then once you have sunflowers grow out, at least like 1 or 2 seasons worth, you'll have tons. It's just getting to that stage is difficult with there not being a means to grow out a season. Yeah, you could eat leek, but to gain extra, like you're talking about getting to the double up arrows, but just getting the caloric needs met first is kind of tough. Watermelon. I ate that whole watermelon and didn't get an up arrow. I ate that entire deer and didn't get an up arrow. Like, an entire watermelon, an entire deer. Didn't get an up arrow. I ate 2 bowls of rabbit. Get an up arrow. So, like, it's... The difference is not, like, it's not... It needs adjusting, and in a good way. Like I said, it doesn't... I don't care so much about Rat Race, because Rat Race is meant to be a challenge. I want it... I would want it for the vanilla game, like, default, like, Apocalypse. Not that Apocalypse really needs it, because it, like, you have your non-perishables in Apocalypse, right? So you can kind of survive off those for an eternity if you really wanted to. Never ever touch any of the systems in the game that exist. But those systems do exist in the game, and we should interact with them. We should have reason to interact with them that gives value, right? What's the point in doing any of those systems if they're, you know, there's no point? If the optimal strat is to just ignore them. It's just like the jarring system. Why would I jar things when I can just make new stuff? Well, to save them over the winter. Well, I mean, don't really need to. You're giving up non-perishables for perishable foods to last longer. It just doesn't make sense. I don't think that Rat Race is good for the devs to balance the game. This is meant to be a challenge mode. They need to balance the game around Apocalypse. But doing stuff like this makes me feel like the have the devs leveled tailoring before? They've killed part of the leveling process to tailoring, but it's strange to me. Yes, they've balanced it. I don't feel like it's balanced. But perhaps I need the books and I need to look at the XP values in Apocalypse first. It only seems like it has just one method at the moment, but I could be wrong. I need to dig a bit deeper. Maybe there's something that happens after level 4. That's why I'm reserving my judgment for right now. My judgment, which is not actually judgment, it's more just opinions. Early game woes, right? My run's going smooth. I'm not having too many major issues, although there have been some stuff that definitely been interesting. Not too many major issues. I'm looking forward to some stuff that's coming out here in the near future as well. I just burned through all of the... I mean... But yeah, we'll see what happens. My current goal is to get to level 4 tailoring. We're almost there, and then I'm going to make myself a coonskin cap, and then we're going to run around in clothes that we ourselves have created, hopefully. That's my goal. Clothes of my very own. And then... once we're done with that, then I'm going to start clearing Moldraw again, I think. I haven't decided if I want to keep going with the short blades until we're like higher level, or if I want to start doing some of the other weapons like spear or long blade. I have rabbits. I also have raccoons, but they're over in the crossroads. Hi, Chili. Let's get food. And then I've been slowly eating more and more food as time goes on. You have 8 max skills, which is a lot. I mean, it is a lot. Kudos. Which skills? I'm gonna guess foraging. Well, foraging for sure. 8 skills. Did you max carving? Foraging and carving are easy to max. Weapon skill, maintenance. Strength, maybe? Um... I almost want to do one of those, Alright, short blunt cooking, infantry maintenance. Okay, nifty. Why not reloading, Chili? No fireplace or waiting while waiting for the heli? Makes sense. I don't know what that means. No fireplace. You mean no campfire? Water to everything. No resilient. Also have no resilient perk on a character. Okay. Resilience is okay for paddling corpse sickness. That's my favorite part of it. That said, though, outdoorsman is probably the better choice for outside. Do you have outdoorsy? Those ones are dead. You do? No, it says it's seedling. It doesn't look very good. I'm just gonna remove it. Nice solution? What do you mean? I'm farming during the months that they're able to be grown in. That's all. It's not really a solution, more so just how farming works right now. Let's see. It doesn't bother me though if they are sickly, because they still grow, especially radishes. Radishes have such a short grow cycle that you're able to get them up usually before, even if they get sick, it doesn't matter. Hopefully. And sometimes they go like this, not because they're sick, but because they don't have water. Yeah, great. You're anxious about animals? Oh, there's no need to be anxious about them. You'll either find animals or you won't, and if you don't, well, I mean, you can make animals yourself, so it's okay. With hunting tracking focus, it's good to have at least one point in hunting because, or sorry, in not tracking, trapping, because currently leveling trapping from 0 is pain. It's like really painful. You kind of gotta hope that you get some traps, or that you are lucky enough to get one of the magazines that you need in order to unlock it, essentially. But once you have that, you're pretty much set. Right now I'm heading over, I'm gonna set up my traps so that I can do another rotation. I've got 37 carrots, that should be enough. Plus we can eat some of them for today. What starting traits do I prefer? I like 0 to hero, so unfit, puny, and then a weight trait. And then from there, I use those traits to buy, or those trait points to buy other traits. So like, I very much will take. I've actually moved away from what's it called? Prone to illness, and I'm taking resilient more because I like the fact that it lowers your corpse sickness amount. That said, though, like I mean, I've got clumsy, disorganized, slow learner, passive, or reluctant fighter, slow healer, weak stomach. I don't like thin skinned, but I took thin skinned for the extra points so that I could start with like wilderness knowledge and hunter and those sorts of traits. These traits I earned. So fit and strong. We started out 0-0. So it's important to kind of it's playing the long game. I know that I'm gonna live for a long time. Eventually I will get those traits up. And then just take your time, don't rush. A large percentage of deaths is caused by rushing, panic, getting flanked, stuff like that. Sometimes it's messing up in combat. Those you can learn from. um, there's a lot of stuff though that you can go. How do you manage times 16 on zero fitness? I know generally where zombies are going to be when it's urban focus. Generally, they'll be around certain areas, and you just have to feel it out, kind of. Like there's like you'll know that they're. I want to look at my map, but I can't. And actually, we shouldn't tap right now. The reason we shouldn't trap is because these are the trapping hours, and I've already lost some of them. Put these on the ground, and then we'll make a quick carrot meal. Good enough. Actually. But yeah, all you have to do is spend a portion of your time doing the initial grind of fitness and strength, and you'll get 3-3 really quickly. Once you're 3-3, you can kind of you'll be okay. You're not gonna be great, but you'll be able to manage and kill a couple of zombies at a time, and then you just take what you can. Like don't go too over the top, you know. Don't overdo it. There we go. Did you forage any ammo for later aiming leveling? Yeah, I mean, of course. I foraged some. I think I don't remember exactly the amount of shotguns and pistols that I have, but I have quite a few of them. Not like anything backbreaking, but like we have enough that we'll be able to level aiming just a little bit. And then, you know, once you've cleared out all of the towns and all of the basements and all of the everything, you'll be able to see how much ammo you have. We've already discussed that there should be enough, but if there isn't, that we would if somebody makes it to the million and that the only skill that they have left to level is aiming or ammo requirements, because you can level reloading without that worry at all. We said that we would discuss it at that time, what we would do with aiming, because it would just be a matter of foraging, and that's RNG based, and it's not very fun. So we would probably, if somebody has done everything else in the rat race and they only have aiming left, well then we would discuss it. It would be something that'd be like, okay, well, they did the million kills already. They already leveled their skills all the way except for aiming. You know, we'll talk about it. But chances are you'll be able to level aiming up too. The a good example would be Vanishing Tower and Lamprey both, and Karumi, all three of them have done aiming on like and gotten it. I think it was borderline maxed before, and that was in build 41. And yeah, build 42 has a little bit less in terms of uh there's more you can get a carton of ammunition. That's something that Build 41 never had. A carton of ammunition is a significant boost. Not to be ancient, but do as much as you can. Yeah, like, I mean, you can do as much as you can, but chances are you will max it. It is my main point is that you will probably max the skill. So you don't have to worry about it. More than likely, you'll get it maxed. Because I was very close to maxing the skill, and I hadn't, like, when I played Build 41, and I hadn't even killed half the zombies that were around. Hello. But yeah, that one is something that we don't even really need to think about. Like, we can think about it later, like once we're closer to the end. On average, each of these weapon skills, assuming that you took Slow Learner and that you took Reluctant Fighter, each of these weapon skills to max to level, it would take about maybe 60k, right? 60k zombies. Now, let's see the total of zombies. How many zombies do we need to kill? 1,000,000, right? So there's how many here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like 600k. You'd still have 400k left over if you were to choose to level your skills. You see? And that's assuming you took Slow Learner and assuming you took Reluctant Fighter to max all of these. And that's not exactly accurate because you will have taken a bonus in at least one of these, right? The bonus cuts that number in half easily. So instead of it requiring a 60k, it only requires you, like, look at my level in short blade right now. My short blades are level 8, almost level 9. At roughly about 30k, I should be level 10 short blade. A little bit less than that, I think, right? Because the last two levels are worth more than the other levels combined. So that's something to be notable. But at the end of the day, that's because I took a point in it. I didn't take a point in, so I took a point in axe. I took a point in long blunt. Didn't take a point in short blunt or long blade or spear because you can't, right? For those two, and I mean, I didn't take a professional bonus for short blunt. So let's look at this. 60, 60, 60. Combined 30, right? So that's another 60. So that'd be 4. So that's 240,000 plus, let's just pretend this one's another 30, right? So that's 270,000 zombies that I need to kill to max my combat skills, right? That means that the remainder of the zombies can then be dealt with in any other fashion that I see fit. It's at that point that you would have a few towns cleared. Kind of, right? You at least have 2 towns cleared by then. So by then you'll have access to at least a little bit of ammo, so you'll be able to use said ammo. With higher level you start making crits also, which give you a boost. I mean a little bit, but like, I mean, I'm not even counting the crits, because crits are RNG. I'm counting the base XP, right? Because that's how you should do it. You should count things that you can guarantee, as opposed to counting things that you can't guarantee. Like foraging. You can't guarantee foraging. Although I can say that foraging is really good at doing its job. It really is. It's solid. It can carry itself. Oops. But yeah, it's foraging is all RNG. But you can kind of leverage some of it by knowing the locations of certain items, kind of. Right? So like knowing that you get better berries in the forest, or you know that you can get magazines in trash piles, stuff like that. Having that game knowledge is useful. And those are things that in Project Zomboid you can leverage to get better at the game. Because the things that you can't bring with you to your next character are your skills. You can't bring your traits with you or your skills. You can make a similar character, but it's not going to be the same. Not exactly. Not until you get to a certain point, right? So what you can take with you is the things that you learn, like I said, like what's forageable in certain locations, which locations are most comfortable for you. Sometimes it depends on the location of this other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure why it would be anxiously causing, but I can understand. Anxiety doesn't have to make sense. So hopefully you're feeling better. Have a good one. Enjoy your lurk. Anxiety doesn't need to make sense. It just exists and is annoying. But yeah, we already discussed all that stuff before. It's been talked about quite a lot in the rat race. It's just like the we've discussed that we would decide to change the settings completely if or maybe not completely, like we would have a like vote on some things. If in the future we would do like a 2.0. But we want to honor the folks that have been playing the rat race as well as keep the spirit of it good. But if we were to all lose our saves, then, like, I mean, that's when we'll redesign it. We need 60 more XP. Still 32 thread. Yeah, I'm hoping by then, though, like by the time somebody reaches to that point, that most of their skills are maxed, that boyering gets added, and that you can just level your aiming and reloading via boyering. Reloading you can level with just a magazine. Obviously, a handful of magazines to make it less painful, but so you don't really need to worry about reloading. It's just the aiming, right? But if boyering exists, then you could start like hunting and stuff, like actual hunting, which would be neat. I like the idea of having actual hunting because currently the current way that you capture animals and like the deer, it doesn't feel like hunting. It feels like I'm cheesing them. I would love it to feel like I'm hunting, like I'm actually like crouched in like a hunter's blind kind of deal, and the animal you wound it and then you got to go find it afterwards, and then it actually gives you real calories. Like it would be decent. Like because a real like, and obviously you can't do this in Zomboid because it's a game, so you can't have the same like one deer be worth like enough meat to last you an in-game year. That just doesn't work, right? And I get that. I understand it can't be realistic. That's fine. But to make it at least last like a month or even a couple of weeks, that would be kind of nice. Or like to be able to do jerky. Could you imagine making like jerkies or stuff like that? Reloading is easy. Yeah, see that's the thing with the reloading is a little bit easy, but it's not at the same time. If you've ever done reloading, you know it's not easy. Post 5, it is one of the most painful skills to level. It's more boring than this, than the tailoring grind that I'm currently doing. Because at least with this tailoring grind, I have to go and get ripped sheets and stuff, right? And then I have to wash them and bring them back. And although that gives me some change of terrain. Regular reloading is just you sit in a room and you reload, and you unload, and as you're unloading the magazine, you don't get XP for that. And then once you're past level 5, there's a percentage chance that you just don't get XP at all. So like there's sometimes you'll do an entire magazine, even one of the big ones, and you will get no XP for the whole thing. Because it's that RNG based in terms of giving you XP. And it's out of the player's favor. At least there's books now though. So like, I mean, speaking from an apocalypse standpoint, once again, not rat race. Doing reloading while moving around, I could not. I wouldn't do that. That's just too much. If I'm gonna do reloading, it's gonna be I buckle down and I sit in a room for a while to do reloading. I'm not gonna min-max it by when I'm walking around. That's too much. That's too much. Other people might find that fun though. And so I'm not trying to to discourage anyone. Do what you find fun. 216,000 times. So it's not exactly like, so there is a 66% chance that you don't get XP, as well as the XP is reduced after level 5 by a similar number. I think it's double dipping, and I don't actually think it's meant to. I think it's somebody just copied over the code from aiming over to reloading, and they didn't really think about it. I think reloading is actually not how it should be. Now, I could be wrong, but if there is a reason, like, they have to, like, I'd be curious to hear it. What benefit does reloading give you? You can put the bullets into the gun slightly faster, but you still need bullets for the gun, and you still need to be using the gun. You have the same feeling about it? Yeah, it's one of those things where I can't be bothered. I wouldn't be bothered. Ah, I forgot the rabbits. Dang it, I gotta go all the way back now. Which sucks. I forgot the rabbits. My bad. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sorry, there's a delay. My bad. Oh, if there was like muskets or something, but there isn't. There are a couple of slow load weapons that benefit from it, but it's like if you're using one of those slow load weapons, like you're using it because you like the weapon. You're not using it because, you know what I mean? Or because you have the ammunition for it, I guess. But you already have to pay the ammo cost. So, like, I mean, there's already ammo costs being spent. And there's no bullet crafting in the game currently. So whatever ammo you have is the ammo you have. You have to forage it. You have to look in basements. You have to look in ammo stores. You need to, like, it's, you know. Yeah, I think bows, although bows could be made to not do as much damage to zombies. I wouldn't be against that. I would say that bows could do sizable damage to animals, but weak to zombies, and that would be okay. But also make it so that the animals, like, tracking and actually functioned. Because currently, if you have level 10 tracking and level 10 sneaking, you can't sneak up on any animals. They see you through the trees. So it ends up just not being worth it. You know, thank you for the wellness check. We appreciate it. Well, even so, I've played with the bow and arrow mod from before when I did my Z-Bay run, right? And I made like so felt like it was not bad, but at the end of the day, melee was better. Like significantly better than the bow and arrow. Because you had to load one arrow and fire, and load one arrow and fire, and load one arrow and fire. And if you missed, well, I mean, you missed, right? Oops. Sorry, I hit the button on my little thing. I also was coughing. Hopefully I'm muted. But yeah, so bow and arrow is not that great. Like, even at max level, even like level 10 bow and arrow, it was okay, but I would still prefer to use melee because melee is superior. It was faster. I could just, you know, clear through the zombies real fast with melee, as opposed to having to worry about yeah, these are gonna go bad before I can use them. I could set up another batch, but there'd be no point, right? Yeah, not really. Yeah, there's a lot of things that could fix and can balance, and we'll see that over time, I think. Is that wheel that I have a mod or a hotkey? It's a hotkey, not a mod. Part of vanilla. So vanilla build 42, when you walk near an animal and you press the vehicle key, you know, the same key you press to when you're near a vehicle, it gives you a radial menu of options to do with the animal. You can also right click the animal, but I prefer the V, like doing the V one, because it's easier. So it's the same one. Did you try the spinning technique they've announced? What, fishing? Oh, the fishing technique. You mean like I've seen very little difference between tapping every once in a while and It's a small difference, if anything. It maybe will catch your fish a little bit quicker, but you can just wait as well. I if you want value your time, you'll not AFK fish. You'll tap it every once in a while just to get the slightly quicker, but it doesn't matter too much. Not, at least not yet. It might in the future though. They might edit it and change some stuff to be better because they're still working on it, right? It's a work in progress. Yeah, I just noticed that the calories were really bad, and then we did some testing as well as watched Rhett test as well. Tested a bit myself. It's just like painful. Not in a good place right now. Yeah. I am by no means surprised. They want people to be interactive with stuff, which is understandable. But they need the systems to be interactable with, like, the in a good way as well. Otherwise, people will just ignore them and do other things, right? So it needs to be a positive sort of exchange. Like in this case, fishing's positive exchange was its caloric values. Its hunger values are irrelevant. It's the caloric values that matter most. So if those aren't there, then doing the fishing mini game has no value. Because right now, at least currently, and this is like to put a real pin in it, eating the bait is better than fishing. Like that should say quite a lot, right? Eating the bait, like the bugs, eating the bugs is better than fishing. But they'll fix it. It's fine. It's a little bit of the whole double system, though. Hopefully that doesn't distract people, because like I said, the hunger values are irrelevant. basically. Not quite though. I think mice are still not as good, but I don't know. I haven't really compared mice specifically. Okay, so those are still cooking. It's been not a bad meta before. Like, I mean, people used to do the eating bugs thing before. Then eventually they nerfed worms because they didn't want people eating bugs, which is understandable, I guess. You know, and then so they made worms less good, especially when they added in the fact that worms now rot. So you can't just dig up a million worms and eat them. And also, digging up worms is a lot harder than it used to be. You can't just kind of like dig up a big bunch of them. As I did try at one point as extra sort of an emergency hunger thing, and then I had to go and look for other things instead because I couldn't get any worms. I was like, okay, well, I guess no emergency hunger then. Um, Here we go. But yeah, I don't expect the whole bug thing will last very long. Okay, we'll head out tomorrow and get some more fabric. What can I do for this in-game day then? Oh, that's a tree. I thought it was a bush. Yeah, that should give me a little bit of extra stuff to work with. Yeah, bedtime here in a bit. Hello, thank you very much for the raid. Do appreciate. You're gonna behave and solve puzzles? Okay. 1 sec. I'm sleeping. There we go. Hello. I appreciate. Hopefully you had a good stream. You're playing a game that Emma has been. It's been suggested to me and Emma. It's on my list of things that Emma can play. Yeah, it's like puzzly, isn't it? Puzzle game. Nifty. Hopefully you had a good time. Extremely puzzly sounds fun. Emma and I like puzzling games. And also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I am currently trying to earn enough XP to have be able to tailor my own clothes. I'm very close. Like, we are roughly 60 away, last I looked. Which is about another little bit. And then we'll be able to get the ability to tailor our own clothes. We've still yet to play Build 42. Build 42 is still a work in progress, so it's good to make sure that like you keep that in mind when you get into it. There's still quite a lot to do with it, but it is really fun. I like a lot of the new stuff. There's quite a lot of new things that kind of change the entire game a little bit. That said, there are some things that are a little bit unfinished, but that's gonna happen, right? But yeah, it's definitely being able to craft a lot of your own things is useful. It's definitely a step up in the right it's gonna be really great. It's good now, but it'll be great, I think. Pretty sure. Still some balance, but you know. Inventory's full of weight again. That's gotta be forged. Better openers here. Small knives there. Scalpel, but regular spoon. Oh no, forks here. What? What? Something's going wrong here. For some reason, it's erroring when you have the right amount. So, like, I have 2 and it's erroring. Okay, whatever. There's something wrong there. These are supposed to be craftable, but they are not. They are broken. Okay, so... Well, because they're broken, I'm just gonna get rid of them. There's no sense in me keeping them around. These are buckles. I remember buckles being actually able to be sawed. Either way, I'll just keep a backpack full of them. These can be used to make shivs, but that's fine. We're kind of past shivs at this point. Or unless shivs can be smelted down. They cannot. Didn't think so. Scrap. Oh, wow, there's actually... I need some more of that. We'll go sleep. Onward. Things seem to be going quite well. How's it going today? It's going really well, Barry. How are you doing? You doing okay? How goes the fireman? The fireman doing good? Making progress. Now I am slowly getting my tailoring up. I'm working on nearly level 4 tailoring. And once I get level 4 tailoring, I will be able to make my own clothes. Kind of. Now I'm just in the process of settling a mitt full of the clothes. You're seeing a new baby in the family. That sounds good. Hopefully it goes well and you have a good time. Congratulations. Shot once. Are we trying to line up the bodies? I have no idea. These are songs that make me happy. So you know, generally it's just I'm smiling and just like doing the poking, poke the zombies, and then they fall over. Yeah, poke poke. But my current plan right now is to, well, I'll take that back with me, but I am currently just quickly taking the clothes off the zombies before we head back, like, because, so on rat race settings, zombies have actually despawn faster than on Apocalypse. It's one of the sort of, um, it's both beneficial and a detriment at the same time because it's beneficial in terms of like you can kill a lot of zombies, then you can see them disappear really quickly, so they don't kind of pile up, which is nice. But in saying that, so do their items. So, you know, if I want rags or I want some things, I gotta make sure I grab it right away. So currently, because I'm leveling tailoring, it is actually it's important that I grab these items and at least throw them on the ground so that I can come back for them. They aren't on the whitelist, so they are not going to disappear so long as they made it on the ground. The only items that would disappear are hats, glasses, and maggots. Now, in saying that, there is a way to avoid that as well, and that's if you use the place function. So if I place an item that is on the whitelist on the ground, it is placed. It is not just dropped on the ground. It didn't fall off a zombie. It will not disappear. Or should not disappear. Yeah, ground storage, essentially. Lets me not have to worry too much about the zombies at the moment. Nifty. There's essentially answers to everything, though, like, eventually. We're sad. I can't get more sad. Essentially, I was wearing those to make it so that we could... We go get a nap in. After our nap, we'll check the farm. We'll also wash. And the goal is to hopefully have a couple of days of rest so that those zombie corpses all despawn, so that all I have to do is go and collect the materials that I just pulled off of them. And we fill up our bag, come back, and train our tailoring. Eat that one meal right now. It should be mostly ready. Okay. It's already almost level 3. I visited a couple of them just cause. Why not? They're an easy way to gain happiness, as well as I should wash myself. There we go. I just want to see how much would fit in there, and it's not enough to justify it. Cool. It's level 7 napping. This would go so much faster if I had the book, but I do have at least a bonus in it. The key to happiness is cutting one radish into a salad. Eating it one radish at a time. Literally enjoying the little things. Yeah, we're very close. I haven't done any exercise for a little while. Good to get our squats back up. Look at all these though. Look at the regularity on this stuff. Because I don't need to do it anymore though. That's the thing. Is as after hitting level 9 strength, doing the remainder is not necessary. It'll, by the time I get my fitness caught up, it'll probably be it will probably be level for strength. Got a long ways to go on fitness. Not necessarily a bad thing though. We'll go check the farm really quick. Well, things are going good. We're making progress. I'm slowly approaching the ability to make my own clothes. Just gonna fill up my waters, and then we're gonna go work out for the remainder of the day, this in-game day. Okay. And why? Because I'm passing time a little bit so that the most of the corpses despawn, so that I can just go collect the things that I want off the road. Yeah, 2 more days, huh? And that's if they don't get pushed back. If they got pushed back by a couple of days, I wouldn't mind. The reason being is it Abiotic comes out on the 22nd, and it's my birthday on the 25th, so I wouldn't mind if they waited a couple of days. But it's okay. I would be more hyped for them to release it than to for the than to have to wait. I don't want to wait, obviously. I'm still gonna play it, and I'm keen. Yeah, between this and the other stuff that we've got going on, we got lots of stuff that we can play. I'm not out of games to play for quite some time. So configure and show the fitness XP while we're doing it. Because we're about to pop that next fitness level. I might as well just dedicate the next few days to fitness just to finish this next level off. It's so close. Right? Like, I mean, like, look how close it is. We're like a day's fitness away. I mean, I might as well. Okay, we don't need to see that anymore. Go have a look at the crops because they're getting close. I would like to just harvest them if I can. Get them out of the way. Do they still go seed bearing? Because it doesn't matter all that much. So, I was there for a moment. Okay, good enough for now. We're gonna be in super pain for a little while, but it's okay. It's gonna come down. Probably could have staggered it out to see if they seed bear, but they probably do. It's just it doesn't matter. It's not like it's impossible for me to get radish seeds. I can get more. I'm gonna take these over to the rabbits, and we're gonna do another round of rabbit. Not too bad though. Level 3 agriculture already. And next year we'll start things a lot faster, I hope. We'll probably go and get the sunflower seeds as well, so I can start those right when they're supposed to be grown. Because that's something that I didn't do this year in game. I should have had the sunflower seeds and planted them when I supposed to. Yes, bunnies indeed. Happy bunny. Yeah. Thank you for the Gigantify. And the cool emote. It's gonna pet a bunch of bunnies real quick. what's gonna happen is the time comes, these bunnies are gonna be useful in the winter. Okay, bunnies. Time to head back. I think my favorite part of this trapping stuff is that I've got a little mountain of carrots there, but they choose the premium carrots. They're inside the boxes. Same as the bird traps. You have a pile of worms in front of the bird traps, but they'll go for the worms that are in the traps. Premium worms. Okay, we'll deal with the tomorrow's in-game day, and then we will... It should be enough time has passed that I should be able to go harvest a bunch of cloves. We should be able to finish our remaining level of tailoring, and then I will be able to make my own clothes. I should try finding a frog in the foraging. I couldn't agree more. I think we're at 6 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus... I think we're around 20 frogs right now, currently found through foraging. But I don't know for sure. Remember if that's accurate. Might not be. I know that we've at least got 6 over in the house at the farm, because there's 6 on the table. There's 2 here, so that's 8. I know I've got one on the chair in the Dixie house, so that's 9. There's 3 in the Spiffos, if I remember correctly. So 3 at the Spiffos, so that's 11 plus. So plus would be 12, and then there would be. I'm pretty sure there's. Is it 4 in the cabin? You already found them? I always keep them. Yeah, every time. I try to keep 2 of them in the initial as well that I usually carry around with me in my fanny pack. But currently, I've been just they've been standing guard at the base, or they've been having little frog parties. So like in this case, they're guarding my base. They keep an eye on my flank so that I don't get attacked from that side. You see? They guard this side. The zombies wouldn't dare attack me from that angle, because the frogs are there. We're so close to that next level of fitness. 800 XP off. Then only 2 more, and then I get athletic. And then the final level of fitness is just, it's nice to have. It's nice to be level 10 fitness. So we'll go tomorrow, and after we're done dealing with our rabbits, we will go and harvest the remainder of the clothes, make our new hat. Yeah, this is overkill. Crown cuts. Okay. We'll run back with these. It's plenty of food for a while, and the rest of these carrots are kind of. I should craft another composter. Okay, so we can put that out. We got quite a lot of food. No choices. I'm gonna eat this. And then the current goal is going to be to burn through as much of the little food as I can. I can't eat it fast enough. I need another player to feed. It's just too much food. Consume. It should be gaining by now, yeah. More than... Okay, so the rodent meat's running out, at least, but we still have quite a lot of flanks of rabbit meat. And then we have the three full meals on top of these. Okay, we should be able to go grab those, actually, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll finish off this in-game day with working out. Hopefully we'll pop that level. Because how close are we? We are 300-ish away. XP. So hopefully we'll get enough fitness going to get that level. It's level 7 fitness. We got a little bit of a chunk into level 8. Fell asleep with your bed? Oh, that's good. Hopefully you get a good rest. There we go. Drop that on the ground.
You are amazing.
Amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. And making good progress. Yeah. Time to go. I think we'll go first. I brought these with me. Oops. Oh well. Okay. Okay. You always feel asleep even when you're awake? I don't. I wish that was the case sometimes, but other times, I mean, I'm happy with how I'm able to not sleep. It depends. So that's a pile of clothes that I will bring on my way back. Hello, Zambi. Oh dear. There we go. You know, if you didn't, it's not even the worst that I've ever seen in Zomboid. If you didn't understand this game, there were some cases where you'd have like folks wandering around in their underwear slaying undead. So it's like, it's like, why are you naked? Well, because my character's overheating, and if you overheat, then you end up getting tired faster. So it's like, okay. It makes sense if you think about it, but when you're looking at it from face value, you're like, isn't that more dangerous? You're like exposed. Yeah. Hopefully you're having a good day, Zio. I'm having a good day. Making progress.
You're amazing.
We appreciate the follows. I am.
You're amazing.
Down. But yeah, that kind of is what it looks like, I guess. Stealing the zombies' underpants. I mean, well, some folks do that. There's a few of the folks that have long since. Who's this anonymous person that keeps following me over and over again? Well, you see, it's many different people. But I like that they're unnamed. I think that that's better. Because if folks want to be, like, known, they can just wave in the chat or something, you know? Or, like, message or... There's ways. There's ways to be known. It's nice for the lurkers, you know? So that they don't have to feel like they're called out. Hello. Exactly. I think that that's good. I do appreciate the follows, though. What's the green star behind the side the items? It means that I favorited something in the crafting tree for that. So that's why it's green star. Green star means I favorited something that it's in the crafting for it. In this case, burlap sacks and thread, I think, or something. Something like that. But if I were to favorite something, you can see that it's a gold star. So this is directly favorited. This means that I can't drop this out of my inventory. There are ways to drop it out of my inventory. Like, for example, if I were to have enough room to put this favorited item inside a backpack and then I drop the backpack on the ground, technically it's still favorited, but it's inside the backpack. So that's a way to do it. But, you know, it's there's not a big reason to do that. I've got items in my backpack that are favorited. It's just so that I don't lose them by mistake. Oh, you can see the bodies disappearing. It's 'cause today's the day they disappear. I tried to harvest as much as I could. Is it better to wear a surgical mask or a bandana? Surgical mask is better. It's more uncomfortable, but it prevents more corpse sickness. Bandana is quick, easy, but not as good. They both prevent a little bit of corpse sickness, but the surgical mask prevents more. It's similar to the dust mask. I think the dust mask is worse, though, because I think it's a little bit more uncomfortable. The gas mask is the best, but my character cannot wear a gas mask properly because of being short-sighted. I would wear there's half masks you can wear when you're short-sighted that let you wear your glasses as well as wear the respirator. It's like they're like half. Unfortunately, though, the half respirators do not take the same filters as the gas mask filters. So because of that, if you have a gas mask in a playthrough like this, I mean, the gas mask, I could put it on a I could wear it and it would cause me to have this effect. Here, I'll show you guys. This one right here. This would be what my screen looks like with a gas mask on. Yeah. So it's not like I can't wear one. It's just that there's not really a major need to. I can wear one. It's just I have resilient. If I really want to wear, like, have the extra corpse sickness defense, that's why I'm carrying around the surgical mask. Does that stack with alcohol? I mean, yeah. It makes you very hard to see, kinda. And also, fun fact about alcohol in this game is if you take it and you try to drive or if you try to run, your character will veer randomly. Like, it is pretty bad. It is not fun. Because you can't really control yourself so well. If you've ever played the CDDA challenge, you'll know exactly what I mean. You like wearing some face items? Yeah, me too. The thing about taking short-sighted is that you don't get eagle eyes. Eagle eyes is really good. It's one of the better traits. It increases your perception radius so that you're able to see a lot more. It is just a solidly good trait. The reason why I didn't take it is because I wanted the extra points from short-sighted so that I could snag some other stuff. But that's all preference. There's no wrong build in Project Zomboid. There's just not. You can build any which way you want, and it would turn out fine. But yeah, Eagle Eyes is a good trait, especially in sprinters, because you want that extra perception. Every little bit helps in sprinters. Not that you don't need it as much in fast shamblers, but fast shamblers, there's more room for error. Like it's you have more time and there's more capable, like you can make more mistakes. That's one of the reasons why I really like fast shamblers, is because it's it when you do make a mistake, usually you can trace it back and really see where you messed up. It's a good feeling. Same for sprinters, but sprinters, it's a lot more refined. Every, like, little mistake you make in sprinters is huge. Yeah. It gets eaten by a large horde. That sounds like the Project Zomboid experience. That, or you get bit by that one zombie that you just didn't see. The one on your flank that came out of nowhere when you were just a little bit encumbered because you were loot goblining, because you couldn't help yourself. You're carrying that extra rock home that you found on the road, and suddenly, chomp. Gotta wait for my pain to come down a little. Oh, and also, take these off. These are just okay. Okay. Those are armors that are actually pretty good. They're not bad armors. They the bone armors, while really uncomfortable, similar to here, check, you'll see. If you were to equip these things, right? Right. So takes my upper body defense to a lot more. I'm still kind of there's still quite a lot of chance to get bit and stuff. It's not as good as the metal armor, obviously, but I mean I made it really fast, so it's not bad. There's no 100% defense, anyways, in Zomboid. Even if you have 100%, there's still a percentage chance that they bite through it. 100% does not mean 100%. Don't trust it. Don't get bit. Yeah. Even if you stack it doubly, like, I mean, like to the point where you have like a bulletproof vest and a bunch of other stuff, and it ends up being we're well over 100%. Like it would be like, yeah, it's oops. Yeah. There's some mods that you can get that give you like really, really high defense. But at the end of the day, it's an insurance thing that you don't want the zombies to breach you. So if they reached you, then that is not good. We'll go wash these things. We'll check the crops, wash these, and then we will... Hopefully we get to make the hat. That's the whole point. Like I should have enough fabric now. Then I can take a break from doing tailoring for a little while. These 4 levels have been kind of tough. Oh, no, please, pretty please. Don't. She ruined that crop. Rude. He was turned into to be a bad person. He's found out they've done horrible things. I mean, it depends. I've had a couple of streamers that I've seen that they've done, you know, some bad stuff, and then they continue to stream afterwards. And I don't know. I'm not sure. It's difficult to really think about it, sometimes. Because it's definitely, there's a lot of context and a lot of other such stuff that just maybe is not, like, you don't, like, full story kind of deal, right? Because that happened a lot, like previously. I remember there was a lot of issues and was a lot of problems. But I don't know. If you feel uncomfortable around that person, then don't go there anymore, is what I would do. Or if you'd still like their content specifically, like, I mean, their content is what you're there for, right? So it depends. I don't know. It's just like, for example, there's a couple of artists that I can appreciate. I don't appreciate their views. I don't appreciate their attitude towards people. They're terrible people, but I still appreciate their art. Does that make sense? So yeah, they're not good people. There are some not good people out there that can still create beautiful things. It's just that they themselves are not good people. I don't know. It's definitely it's a case by case kind of deal. But it's hard. It's definitely not an easy answer. They're trying to disappear. Okay, well then that's like that's kind of like like they definitely did something wrong then if they feel the need to disappear. But I mean there's still some people that I know that have done wrong and that they're still around. They accepted that they made some mistakes and they're trying to be better people kind of. So maybe that's something that might happen, but probably not. I don't know. It's hard. Like I said, it's not an easy answer. It definitely does depend. I myself can't hold grudges. I just can't. It's not possible for me to do that. It's not in me. It takes too much effort. But that said, we'll do 15. Yeah, grudge holding is a thing that sort of it just weighs you down. There's no point. Plus, I mean, people change gradually, regardless of if they change like their core beliefs or any of that kind of stuff. They change gradually over time. You become a different person with different experiences as time goes on. We're dynamic. We're not something that is like cookie cutter one thing. We are things that mold and change and shift. What my views might be today may differ tomorrow. But that's the thing, right? Is that same for those people, and they make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I'm not sure. Yeah, people change over time. I don't know. It's definitely it's a tough thing, right? We are liquid, like cats. But yeah, it's if like I said, if you feel uncomfortable around them, then you could kind of like you choose who you interact with. So you don't have to interact with them anymore. You can move on. You can go there's a big world. You can kind of move on to the next thing. And then if you like later on you're interested in like seeing how they are kind of thing, you can totally just jump back in kind of thing. There's tons of possibilities. Strimmer is more like frog than cat. And that is good. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one because I have friends that have been on both sides of that. I have friends that have had horrible things done to them, and then I have had friends who have done terrible things. Um, the friends that have done terrible things, I know a few of them that still do stream. I don't want to go into names on any of those folks because I don't want to bring about hate towards them because they deserve to live their lives and enjoy the time that they have and in all that, you know. And I feel like they probably have learned something from their experience because well, called out on the stuff, and it ended up being true, right? So, but lots of people do different things when that sort of stuff happens. Sometimes they try to disappear. Sometimes, so they try to sort of move on in their own way. And sometimes they face their consequences. I don't know. It also depends on how big they are. But even the biggest of streamers can still, like, they can still sort of fall in the same categories, right? It just affects more people that way. So, okay, I get you. Like, I mean, the things that I'm talking about are quite sensitive as well in the same regard. Like, they're I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to out those people because it's been years and they've moved on. At least I'd like to think they have, kind of, and maybe they've learned something from that experience. You're experiencing too much pain to sleep. I don't know. It's a tough scenario. There's certain aspects of it that are that can lean very heavily to they can't be forgiven, to the towards the other aspect of it where, well, at what point do they get to move on with their life? Because who is that, like, who's it's not up to us to judge stuff like that. You just don't associate with them. They get removed from society. And it's like, it's tough. It's definitely tough, and it gets more complicated as time goes on, and as you know, depending on what it is. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, there's quite a lot of folks that do that kind of thing when it really, like, I know a few folks. There was a whole debacle when Mixer went down, where it was bad. That's part of why Microsoft sold Mixer to Facebook so quickly. They finalized that really, really fast because things were dramatically falling apart. And that's where my knowledge of this sort of stuff comes from, is from back then. And then I've seen the previous debacles from way back when, from like first era Twitch, like ages and ages ago. Ebbs and flows. Hopefully those folks find peace. True enough. Yeah, you remember, you were there too. Yeesh. First era Twitch. Yeah, we really did back then. It was something else. Back in the old days where moderation used to be an afterthought. At least now it's a lot better. I feel like it's improved significantly since back then. Twitch does the best they can. They're not perfect, but I mean, they're pretty good now, kind of. But yeah, there was debacles back then that were ridiculous. Yeah. Everything does, though. I mean, there's nothing's perfect these days. Nothing can be. It's because we make this stuff, and we make it, and it's imperfect, and it's because we're imperfect. We can't make it perfect. It's not possible. Hooray! I'm excited. What would be the best way into getting into this game? Play Apocalypse. I would recommend doing an Apocalypse save. Like, just standard Apocalypse. If you want to feel like you're progressing, do Apocalypse, Sandbox Custom, no zombie respawn. Although you'll start to feel like the world... Ooh, I'm dying. Because of starvation. Oops. Just like that. There we go. That the way that to get into this game, I would recommend playing an Apocalypse save to start. So first do the tutorial. I mean, the tutorial will give you UI information, which is useful. That said, though, don't believe anything the tutorial says to you, like outside of the UI stuff. It very much likes to lie. That said, it's a very relaxing game sometimes, but it can also be very aggressive if you want it to be. Well, use it for the UI stuff. You know what I mean. It's like kind of like you go into you play League and you learn the basics controls, but don't listen to any of the nonsense that they're telling you about micro and macro. Right? Same stuff. It'd be the same. They don't know what they're talking about. Unless they do now. I don't know. I haven't played League in forever. But my points is like, yeah, do the tutorial. And then do an Apocalypse save. Or if you want a brutal start that's fairly good, like good for learning, the CDDA section, so the CDDA, which is here, I'll just go out and do it, show you really quick. There's a couple ways I would start it. If you're just looking for your standard, default, Apocalypse is best. But I need to restart my game anyways, because it's been some time. As you can see, because it is lagging. Zomboid has a memory leak. So after 5 or so hours, it's good to restart it. You're not interrupting. No, I like this conversation. It's good. And like I said, I needed to restart anyways. I just don't, because I very frequently will be so you know how I can be with my being absorbed into something, and I just do my my stuff for ages, and I should restart, but I just don't. Let's see. Hyperfocus. It is a symptom of my ADHD. But my ADHD does not define me. But yeah, here. Once it reloads, I'll show you a couple of settings that I would recommend for if I were to go back in time and talk to myself and be like, "Hey, here's what you should do if you want to get comfortable in the game." So there's 2 versions of the world that you can play on that people play. The 2 versions are persisting worlds, or you've got the permadeath worlds. So persisting means that you can just go kill your zombie and get your items back, while permadeath is well, it's exactly as it sounds. You delete the world and you start over, right? I play permadeath, but persisting's good too. It's kind of like Minecraft, except in this you lose your skills. So the incentive to not die is, so that you don't lose your skills. Currently, I'm playing on build 42, which is something that you have to change in the settings to play on. But playing on build 41's not bad either. It's stable. Yeah, you usually do hardcore, I know. Just okay. So when you go into the solo, there's going to be a bunch more options here if you're playing on build 41. But if you're playing on build 42, what I'd suggest is either do Apocalypse or do Custom Sandbox, and then when you can pick any of these, whichever you want. I recommend Rosewood start because Rosewood has a consolidated area, so you'll get more familiar with your territory a lot faster because it's limited spawns. The other same for Echo Creek. Echo Creek doesn't really have anything though. It's like kind of empty, and then also Echo Creek is hiding a thing that's actually really scary even on Apocalypse. But yeah, Rosewood's a good start. So is Muldraw. Muldraw's kind of like your vanilla start, like your default. It's actually harder than it used to be. West Point used to be the hard start. I find that it's less difficult now. But yeah, I feel like Rosewood's a good one. Unless you're looking for animals. I mean, no, there's farms out here and out there. You could find animals in Rosewood as well. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, if I would say, so Rosewood, and then the only thing that in this that I would change is I would go down to zombie, and I would scroll down. Or no, where is it? Right here, zombie respawn, and I would just shut this off or put it on low. Probably shut it off. Because this way you'll feel like you're making progress, right? You're killing zombies and you're making progress. You could even consider upping the population a little bit if you feel like there's not too many zombies to start. But if you want a challenge mode to play, and the mode that I fell in love with Zomboid with was this one right here. A really CDDA. So this one, if you've ever heard of Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, it's like a text-based game where you start out exactly as it says here. You're wounded to start. It's the middle of winter. This one's meant, once you understand how to get food and how to kind of keep yourself afloat, this is a good challenge mode to kind of try to survive till spring. That's the goal, is to survive until spring. You can keep going after that, but that's the goal of this mode, is to just live until spring, which is March 1st. So you spawn in November or December, I can't remember. But so you just got to live for a few months. And it's hard because you spawn in wounded with your house on fire, you have a cold, just so there's a bunch of just negatives all piled on. And it's really fun. But yeah, so I would do either custom sandbox, shutting off the zombies, apocalypse, or CDDA. Those were the things that I would suggest to myself. Probably apocalypse default to start, because the respawn will keep you on your toes. So, but yeah, so these are the ones that I would say. If you're finding that the zombies are too much, like there's too many of them, builder is considered the sort of the chill mode. There's a lot less zombies. It's like fractioned. Or like I said, if you find that there's more or like not enough zombies for you, you can always scale it up. The maximum zombie population is times 16, which is like ludicrous numbers. It's super fun to play on that though as well. But it can be straining on a PC as well if you don't up the RAM. So if you're ever planning on starting up times 16 games, give your Zomboid more RAM. There's a YouTube video that shows how to do it. There's a couple of files you alter. But yeah, that's what I would recommend, is doing that. And then if you're interested in streaming it kind of thing, and you want to have, say, this up here, this is a mod that is it's called M355's Twitch stats, or Mess's Twitch stats. All this does is link your survival time and your kills into a text document in your Zomboid files, and then you can just put it on your overlay. I'm pretty sure there's a tutorial on how to do that as well. Zomboid is a fantastic game, and it's good at a good story journey game where, I mean, you get the answer of what's going to happen in your playthrough right at the beginning of every playthrough, which is, well, this. As soon as the Lua loads. Oh, does it not do the "this is how you died" thing? Maybe my game's too old. It's given up on me. But it used to, or at least I remember it loading in like "this is how you died." Like it tells you that every time, which is good. So you're basically writing your character's story. Yeah, Apocalypse is probably it's the default. It's a good mode, and then you can kind of scale it from there. And I know that you would probably want to do sprinters, because sprinters is the hardest version of the game that you can play. Um, you might do a percentage of sprinters, but they're fast and they will end a playthrough very quickly. But let's see. I just want to see if this is right. Yeah, I think. Sorry, it's hard to. Yeah. You should, if you're ever interested in sprinter content, you should. This is Bonds. Bonds is probably one of the most confident and best sprinter players in the world for the game. So, yeah, I don't think anybody can. Even Bonds, it's with his crazy reaction time, is has troubles. He's like insanely fast. There we go. Okay, let's finish this. This took me 3 streams to do. But come on. I'm so close. It's like 9 away. Did they already get rid of the access placing? No, they made it better. They improved it. You can't find it? Can't remember how to do it. You gotta go place. I think it needs to be placed on the ground already, and then you go into extended 3D placement. Like this. So you gotta put it down on the ground already, and then you can... And see? Look. That's pretty nifty. I could see that being very useful. Yeah. So you got to put it on the ground first and then 3D place. That said, though, I'm not gonna do anything with that right now. I am going to be sending my character to bed because maybe not. Maybe we can squeeze out. Maybe we can do it. Let's see. It's 11. Five, four, three, two. Of course. Of course, you're just before. It's just before. Look, it's like it's just before. It's 748.3, which just I need three more. Three more. That's all. Of course, I ran out of thread. I've got more thread though, but it's like I gotta do it tomorrow, and I knew I would have to, but it's like. All right, let's have a nap. Yeah, Apocalypse is good. It's good to play the tutorial as well, specifically for the UI stuff. It's not the best for information though. The F1 info is not bad, but there's a lot of stuff that's not in here, like how to start fires, stuff like that. But that's one of the beauties of the Zomboid community is if there's something that folks folks will teach each other, to pass information back and forth. Hundreds of stale foods. Weird. Okay, we need to get water, and then we need to do these last two, and then I'm gonna switch my hat. Because that was the whole goal of today. One, two. I'm gonna rip these apart, and then I'm gonna go put this burlap over somewhere else. What pro tips would I give to someone who's new? Um, hmm. Be ready to die, and like it's gonna happen. And but learn from it. Don't dwell on the death so much as you're trying to learn from it. And then move on. Bring the knowledge you can into your next character. That said, I guess there's a couple of niche things like this that is pretty good to know. If you hold shift and press a directional key while you're sitting on the ground resting, you'll stand up a little faster. Um, if It's good to not hyperfixate on things that are luxuries, like to overdo the. It's good to set up things that are permanent, like the water barrels and it's good to watch the TV shows, but don't overcommit to those things, especially if the area you're in is not safe. Like it's good to kind of lean towards your playthrough. Um, it's fun to experiment with builds, but if it's your first playthrough, go in without taking too many negative traits. Because you don't really, when you're brand new, you don't know the baseline of the game, right? You don't know how. So if you go in with weak characters all the time, you're not gonna reach that point where you hit that comfortable stride. Or if you do and you lose it, it's going to be a bit more frustrating. So I would recommend one of the best early level builds would be uh, custom occupation or unemployed if you're playing build 41, and then go keen hearing and wakeful, or keen hearing and cat eyes, something like that, that gives you extra sight or gives you extra time to work with your day. They did just recently change Apocalypse to be a little bit more forgiving in terms of time management. So now it's 90 minutes instead of 60 minutes, which is it's a little bit nicer, so that folks can have a little bit more loot time. Remember, some of that percentage is sleeping, and that time is fast forwarded, so you'll get more time to loot and combat and other stuff. Um, don't be too scared of the zombies. Yes, they're going to bite you. Yes, they're going to scratch you. Yes, that's fatal. You will die. It'll kill you. But in the early game, or at least in the early playthroughs, playing persisting world is not bad. So that's another one, is that don't just delete worlds on repeat. You can play a persisting world for a little while, go kill your zombie, and that way you can establish a little base nest for yourself so that you can kind of learn the combat until eventually you feel comfortable enough to do hardcore, or just jump directly into hardcore, whatever you prefer. The Zomboid is a game that's very customizable to your preference. So it's a sandbox game. You can do anything you want, for the most part. And if there isn't something in the base game that has it, there are mods that exist that fill those needs. I would recommend, though, to do vanilla for the first while, before jumping into mods, because mods, it's a slippery slope that becomes hard to come back from. You'll play with a few mods, and then you'll just get to the point where you think those mods are part of the base game, and they're not. They're mods. But sometimes you won't be able to. You'll be like, oh, but I can't live without such and such now. You know. Yeah. Take things slow. Enjoy it. You only get one like fresh sort of start. Like yeah, once you learn stuff, you can't really unlearn it. So enjoy it while you have no knowledge. That's what those are the tips that I would give. Yeah, so you can get kind of a plane, right? Yeah. Now imagine trying to go back and trying to play without those mods, right? You can't quite really see it yet because I've got the backpack on, but ta-da! We've got raccoon hat. And fun fact, the raccoon hat actually is not bad XP. So power leveling tailoring off the raccoon hat actually wouldn't be too bad. Because it's 5.8 XP and all it requires is what? A raccoon that has been processed, which all the parts of the raccoon cap come from. Let me just double check if I'm right on this. Do I need anything else? No, bone needle, all, some thread, easy. Yeah, it's two pieces of thread, which would be 1.4 if I were to use it by making burlap sacks. It is better to level your tailoring with the raccoon hat. Of course, it requires having, killed a raccoon, but, I've got 21 raccoon furs here. And it requires some processing time, but that'll be quite a bit. That's cool. Okay. I'm happy with that. That's good. We did it. So that's the first piece of clothing that's all of my own. We can also do... It would need to be small leather. Which I do not have. My day is going well. I'm having a good day. I'm just looking at the different things that I can make at the moment. So how do I take apart that jacket? Still, I can be happy. We got the good hat. Not quite a wizard hat. Not quite the cowboy hat of old. But I don't have the outfit for the cowboy hat. Not yet. So we had a nightmare last night, and it's caused our character to be tired. So I'm just gonna speed along to the next day. One. Okay, time to go to work. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, that one looks brand new. Yeah, I think raccoons is going to be the way to level up tailoring. Did I get it? Oh no, I didn't. Right. Migration doesn't work that way. People kind of misunderstand how zombie migration works. Migration means that the travel of zombies within a cell. So what that means is they will spread themselves out within the cell. So it's not that I never have to leave here. The reason why I would never have to leave here is if I wanted to, if I used, say, a car to pull zombies here with the sound. That's not migration. No, it has nothing to do with them moving to new cells. Them moving to new cells is caused by player interaction. Migration is the spreading of the zombies throughout the cell. So when you think migration, think like they're just moving from one side to the other, or they're spreading out in the cell. That's migration. No, it wasn't. It's not spreading out to every other cell. That's not how that works. Like, for example, okay, a good example would be West Point. I haven't been to West Point in 2 years. All the zombies will still be clustered up in the center of it, except not exactly. So the reason why they won't be clustered up in the center of it is because they had a house alarm over here. When this house alarm went off, it was a sound source, right? That sound source, because I'm playing on pinpoint hearing, pulled West Point. So West Point would have heard this house alarm over here, and part of West Point would have started to travel over here based on their follow sound distance, which is one of the settings in the zombie settings. It's follow sound distance. So they're going to go as far as that setting is, which in the rat race, it's set to 1,000, meaning a large portion of West Point will have probably tried to travel out. Now, in saying that, a lot of them will get stuck on buildings and fences. They can't travel very well. When they're not rendered in, they don't travel. They travel in straight lines. So a large portion of West Point's probably still within West Point. However, the thing is I did pull out a little bit of West Point this way. So more than likely what's happened to West Point is it's spread out all over here. The reason being is because I had a helicopter out here and I had this house alarm over here. So I guess West Point wouldn't be a good example. A good example would be like Brandenburg. I've never been anywhere near Brandenburg, right? So all the zombies in Brandenburg are staying in Brandenburg. They haven't left. They don't spread out. They're not activated, right? They don't migrate around their cells either because their cells haven't been activated. They need to be active in order to migrate around their cells. That said, that's kind of the difference between migration and meta. So meta is the lady screaming, the guy crying out, the dog barking, the helicopter. That's meta. Meta is sound sources around the player to pull zombies in. It'll generally pull from, it's a fair distance. It depends on your settings, of course, and then it also depends on your zombies, because the zombies themselves will also make decisions based on what kind of zombie they are and if they're rendered in. If they're not rendered in, then they're just floating zombies. The floating zombies just travel in straight lines. They don't have smart pathfinding. However, if they are rendered in, it'll play into, well, their hearing and their memory. Those things are important. Hopefully I'm making sense. But yeah, migration is in the cell, not other cells. Meta is other cells. So that's player influence as well as the sadistic AI director influence. Of course, there's not very much sadistic AI director in the rat race. There is in the beginning of the rat race, but closer to this point, there's been no sadistic AI director. Not for a very long time, because there's no meta events and no helicopter after the first one, right? So although it's all player controlled. So I control where the zombies are going. That's why you don't see any. It's unless I want them there. Of course, then you will always hear myself and other Zomboid veterans say the words, "Where did these zombies come from?" Because there are some cases where suddenly a cluster comes out of nowhere, and we're like trying to assess where it came from. If you're infected, do you immediately get queasy? Kinda, but not immediate. It depends on your settings. So there is a setting that you can control with the zombie virus that will tell you how many days it incubates. On the default, it's like within 24 hours, you'll know, because your character will start to heat up. That's the first symptom is body heat. Second symptom is queasy. Third symptom will be sadness and stress. If your character starts stressing out for what seems like no reason and gets really, really sad, that's high chance that you're dead. And then sort of the final nail in the coffin is the queasy. When you see queasy pop up, that's usually you're pretty much doomed. You've been infected. And if you are infected with a zombie virus, not to be super spoilsy, but just to be realistic, it's over. Your character's dead. There's no cure. So depending on what style of play you enjoy, you can either plan your next character and then be ready to kill your zombie, or you can plan your next character and get ready to reload your world. You can still do a final sort of stand with that character if you want. Lots of people do that. But some people just, end it there and move on. I know that for when I did the Cryo Winter run, because that I ran the character in to the building that I was trying to siege down, and we leapt off the top of it. That one, I didn't get to stand up fast enough. My reaction speed was slow on the get up. Zombie came out of my flank and bit me right on the back. But yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing to die in the game, but you can shut off the infection if you want. It's in the custom sandbox options. It's actually a good way to learn the game if you don't want to play with the infection, but some folks, it varies. Nobody's going to make fun of you for your settings in Zomboid either. It's one of those things where play what you want. The only time that settings are really looked at is for stuff like this game mode, where there's like a leaderboard and rules and stuff. I guess the speedrun.com stuff, now that that's been accepted as well. Take a bit of a break.
Hey!
Once there. I think it'd be fine. It's just it's one of those things where it would depend. If it's like disinfect or die, all it will affect is the early game, and then so for those that don't know, disinfect or die is a mod in Build 41 that makes it so that you have to treat your wounds a little more seriously. You have to use sterilized bandages, and if you don't, it'll kill you. But that said, if they were to implement that in the base game, which they seem like they were leaning towards it, although I don't, that setting currently doesn't do anything. If they do implement it, then that's fine. It would give first aid a little bit more value, but not by much. Because the real problem with first aid is that damage in the game is lethal, and there's no way to really level it that's good aside from hurting yourself. So it ends up being that it's kind of like it's I don't want to say it's a meme skill, but it's, I mean, kind of. You level it, and then you can tell right away if somebody's being silly, because they'll say that they took so long to level first aid. No, it's fairly instant to level first aid. And it's not that long to level it, although it's longer than it used to be, because Build 42 slows a lot of things down. Oh. Like, where is that noise coming from? It's from my other watches. Yeah, I like those things. I've played with Disinfector Die a few times. It becomes a mod that's more or less ignorable after a little while, though. Because you just carry around a couple of sterilized rags, and that's it. They just are your bandages. Throw these in the bin. Why did I need these again? I don't remember. Am I winning? I think I'm winning. Walls, how are you doing? You having a good day? I made a raccoon cap today. That is my version of winning at the moment. Which may not seem like a ridiculous accomplishment, but it took like a while. It took 3 streams to make a raccoon cap. Because I was leveling the XP at 0.7 per. Takes forever. 100 years. 100 years. You're well, that's good. Yeah. I made an extra one too, because I think that actually it's not a bad way to level. And start giving everybody raccoon caps. Everybody can have one. Everybody can stick it to Spiffo. How dare Spiffo lie to us? Start doling up the raccoon caps. You get a cap, and you get a cap. Everybody gets a cap. How goes your variety, Stoof? Was it good? I can weave footwear out of twine. Costs 5 twine though. How much is that for XP? Let's find out. It's 1.4. I don't think so. Won't be doing that again. You're addicted to Underrail. Seems good. I'm gonna be playing Abiotic soon. In a couple of days. I'm excited because it's gonna be released. Full release. What was... Oh, because this is my... Okay, never mind. I was like, where's the saw option? This is the wrong backpack. That's why. It's got to be this backpack. I'm so confused. They look identical. They're different, I promise. This is the backpack that makes gold and rubies and diamonds. We're starting to build up a decent collection of that stuff. Good enough for now. Cool. Those will fill up soon. So on the rat race, it takes 4 months for compost to be produced. And it gives you a small boost to your crops. Somewhat useful though in this case. You're queasy? Have you been around corpses? Have you ate any poison water or food? Like there are other reasons to get queasy. The queasy, unless you're specifically sad to the max and also stressed to the max. Unless you're a smoker, there's a few things that can make that there might be hope still, maybe, but you would know. If it goes higher than, like, higher tiered, then more than likely you are infected. But yeah, being around corpses causes it too. And that's why I took the resilience trait. Yeah, okay. So you've not been, you didn't eat anything poisonous, you didn't eat any, like, drink any poison water. It sounds to me like you're doomed, but I, you know, don't want to count my chickens, or I wouldn't count my chickens. Because there are instances where you get queasy when you don't have the infection. But if you know you've been scratched by a zombie, it's a 7% chance. You ate cooked rabbit? No. Cooked rabbit won't do it. If it's been cooked thoroughly. If you ate raw rabbit, yeah, that would do it. That could probably be lethal. Don't eat raw food. Or burnt food. If you eat any burnt food, that's bad. It'll kill you. Burnt food is actually worse than raw food. Unfortunate. Sorry that it sounds like you've met your end. But that does happen. This zomboid for you. All right. So I hit my goal for today, and I do have D&D, so I am going to wrap it up there. That is a good stopping point. So we will be able to next time. We'll probably start focusing into killing again, which means that I'm actually going to start trying to clear Moldra. So that said, though, I mean, I do have abiotic and stuff that's coming up here very soon. So we'll be playing some other things here as well. Anyways, until next time. Oop, I am gonna raid out. Sorry, I hit the other buttons too. So let's see, where can we go? 2 days to go? Yes, 2 days to go, Wells. Hype. You've been looking at abiotic as well? Yeah, it's gonna be good. Alright, let's see, where can we go today? Let's go make somebody else's day a little bit brighter. Yeah, we could just raid Chili. He's trying to max his skills. And he's getting close. Go. If you already have it, if you want to co-op. Oh, definitely. That sounds fun. I'll definitely shoot you a message. Wave at you. Ta.